you ever speak to me like that again, you better be wearing a cup.
Baby steps.
One break, I'm in
Okay, friends, let's everybody take your positions, please. Here we go. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, rolling. Dave!
And
Dave!
Unchained.
welcome to Dave and Dave Unchained, a Van Halen podcast. I'm Dave.
And I'm Dave.
And we are at episode 83, Dave. We are nearing toward the end of the year. It's November. And how you feeling?
Feeling like the cold weather's coming in.
That's right. Cold weather is coming in, and we're bunkering down for the winter. Got to see what's happening in store in Van Halen land. I'm curious to see if things get quiet or things start kicking up. I was hoping that by now we might have heard something about a project or two coming out in terms of like any sort of catalog stuff. Usually they release that stuff right before Christmas, but if we haven't heard from it by now.
Oh, you're so funny.
Yeah,
you're
I
so
know.
funny. I didn't realize we were allowed to drink before the podcast started.
Of course, yeah. I was taking a few edibles, Dave, and just tripping balls on some of those gummies.
Oh, man. And you're not sharing? Come on.
Come on, yeah, I know. Anyway, but we got plenty of Van Halen news to get into, so let's hit it as we go into Van Halen news.
Van Halen.
News! All right, Dave. Well, Sammy Hagar, the Red Rocker, just can't stop talking because he is on a promotional trail for his Crazy Times album. He is off the road, and he has basically stated that he doesn't have any plans for touring in the near future. I'm surprised about this, to be honest with you, but he seems like he's going to be pretty quiet in 2023. I am shocked to hear that, but that's kind of what he was indicating in his recent interviews. We're going to start with an interview that he did with Guitar World magazine. It was a pretty extensive one, and I haven't seen them do an extensive Sammy interview in a long time, and it's kind of funny because he wasn't playing guitar on the album, but he's in Guitar World here in an interesting interview by Andrew Daly. He talks about all different subjects, and obviously we can't go through everything in the article, but I broke out some things that I thought might be worth discussing, and we're going to start with his lyric writing in Van Halen. So this is a quote from Sam. He says, "I'm singing as good as I ever have now, and I think I write better lyrics now than when I was in Van Halen. I mean, some of those songs were great, but a lot of times I was clowning around because Eddie and I were always goofing off so much. Back then, Eddie and I were doing these crazy acrobatics where I would sing crazy lines and he would go nuts on guitar. When I was in Van Halen, at least in the early days, it was all about having fun. But this record, the difference is I didn't goof off and throw silly lyrics into the mix. I hate to say I did that in Van Halen, but I did." So I'm going to break this down. We're going to talk about piece by piece here. Now, finally, Sam admits what we've been saying for years. I think looking back, he kind of leaned on Van Halen's reputation a little bit as the monstrous band that they were and skated by with very little effort in his lyrics. That's not every song, it's not every album, but it's definitely on all different parts of different albums. So much so that it became a serious issue in the band and ended up causing him to get ejected from the band. At least partial of the argument of him leaving was about the lyrics. So what did you think of that comment, Dave?
I thought the same thing you did. At
Yeah.
least he admitted it now.
Yeah, he finally admitted it, but it's interesting that he would actually say that as frank as he did. So it was, I give him credit for that. But, I mean, honest to God, everything that I conjures up is really like, especially OU812. I'll never forget as a kid, sometimes you get the lyrics and you're so excited to get the album and you open it up and you start reading stuff. And I remember reading the lyrics and it was like, oh yeah. Well, it was like, what the fuck? I didn't even understand the song. I guess it was...
Was that AFU Naturally Wired?
Yeah, it had Naturally Wired, but it was, that one and also Sucker in a Three-Piece. There's some real thin lyric writing. Not on that whole album. There's some really good stuff there, too. Mine Oh Mine is really good, and Cabo Wabo I like a little bit. I mean, that's also silly, too, but, you know, I mean...
Yeah, but it's inconsistent, right?
It's very inconsistent, very inconsistent, But you know what, Sammy? It's just sort of like that. When he concentrates and focuses, he's great. But sometimes he doesn't. But I'm going to get to that a little later. So,
right, you know what the interesting part is? That Sam could sing really well. But if he wrote lyrics, he was kind of like, whatever, I'll just sing through it, right?
Right, yeah.
Whereas Dave was an okay singer, wasn't a great singer, put some effort into it, but had a way with a lyric. It's interesting that he wasn't a great singer, but he was a great lyricist, and I think that's what drove him. One of the things, like he knew he couldn't sing that well, but man, he could write the lyrics of a great song. Whereas Sam could sing the phone book easily enough. But then he got a little lazy because he could sing well,
right.
and got, like you say, he got lazy with the lyrics.
Right. Here's the thing. The way I look at Dave, and everybody always bashes Dave's vocal, listen, let me explain the difference here. Look at Dave. And Dave is similar to like a Vince Neil, to Mick Jagger, to Bruce Springsteen. These guys have character stylized voices. Mick Jagger, Bruce Springsteen, Vince Neil, these guys don't have amazing voices. They have character to their voice. They have a style to which they do it. Now, you look at Freddie Mercury, right? Or you look at George Michael. These guys have voices. Steve Perry. These guys have really good voices. But certain rock stars are in different categories, and it all depends. Now, Sam is much more of a singer than Dave ever was, for sure. No one's doubting that. But Dave, he honed in on the lyrics. He honed in on the delivery. He always had a humorous way about him. He had presentation, not only vocally, but on stage. He had a whole package. And there was a lot of times that Sam, because he had great vocals, kind of skated by. It's almost like the guy in class when you were a kid who was really, really super smart and just didn't have to study and got A's, or who would get a B plus easily without even doing anything or something like that. And then you got other guys who like killing themselves just to get like a B, So it's that kind of thing. And I think when you have talent like that, you kind of just rely on it. And, I think there was so much Eddie going on the Van Halen albums that he's like, I don't need to be like the main guy because Eddie's the main, you know what I mean? Like he was in there and having fun, this and that. So one thing I thought was interesting in this interview was he said Crazy Times is his favorite album. He says, I don't know where this one will land when it's all said and done. It's too early for me to say, but I will say that it's my favorite record that I've made since I don't even know when. At my age and in my position in life, there's a lot of other things I could be doing besides going into some stinking studio with a bunch of guys and slaving, but it wasn't like that this time. So buy the hype because it's good shit. If it was bullshit, that would be different, but I'm hyping some good shit. I guess this shows I ain't done yet. I still got a lot more to do. I'll rock till I'm dead. Of course, Sammy's a salesman. Every record is his favorite record, is the best record, like you always say. And the truth is, the record is really, really good, and the lyrics are really strong. But let me explain something. Sammy has a pattern, and when Sammy is pushed and challenged, like he did with Dave Cobb, is the same way he was when John Kolodner pushed Sam when he was making Standing Hampton in '82, which is another strong Hagar album, right? So I think when someone pushes Sam and, saying, let's get beyond the Wham Bam Amsterdam and, let's really kind of really dig deep, you know what I mean? I think that's the case. What do you think, Dave?
I agree.
Yeah.
Someone has to inspire him.
Right.
Or push him or whatever, which hasn't always been the case. I mean, yeah, his latest album is really good. I would never take that away from him. But yeah, it's always, this is my favorite. This is the best I've done in a long time. And it's like, yada, yada, yada. I get it. I get it, Sam. Okay, thank you. Right. Move on.
Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah, and he says here, I made a lot of records in my life with a lot of different people and a lot of different producers, but something special happened here. I felt like I needed to make a record. My mind, body, and soul were all screaming to make this record, and there was no need to fake it. It came out effortlessly. I realized I had all this pent-up stuff, and it came pouring out. It was automatic to the point where I was writing lyrics on the spot, and for the first time in a long time, I felt like I was writing writing about things that were relative to everyone because the whole world was going through the same stuff. I didn't have to write about my life selfishly. I really do feel that I'm the most in touch with reality than I've been in years. I've been a rock star for a long time, be it coming from Van Halen, Montrose, or all the other stuff. I had painted myself into a bubble, and once you're in the bubble, you start living a different life than the rest of the world. And when that happens, the songs start getting very personal or completely irrelevant to anyone but yourself in your own world unless you make things up. And I've done it my whole life. When I needed another song or two to flesh out a record, it's something where I'd write a love song that's not necessarily coming from the heart, but you gotta do it. The energy on this record was so high because it came out the first time and we didn't beat it to death. That's different from how I made other records, except for the first two Van Halen records. With those, we jammed and boom, it was done. That's how we did it with this record. And I think it's a testament to the chemistry of this band. So he keeps tying Van Halen into everything, especially in this interview. And it's so funny because as you get deeper and deeper in this interview, and point it out, he keeps making all these references to Van Halen to the point where it reaches a crescendo and it gets really crazy. What did you think of, he keeps referencing VH, Dave?
You know what? He does it all the time. It wasn't anything more noticeable to me than usual because he always does that. On the last Rolling Stone article when he said, I was embarrassed to mention I was in Van Halen, and we were like, no, you weren't. You always reference Van Halen. I know. Like, when did that happen? What 5 minutes of the world were we not paying attention when that happened? So, look, I get it. It was a big part of his life, and he's proud of it, and he's going to talk about it, and Mikey was in the band with him, so sure, why not? He knows people want to hear more about that than his solo career. So, of course, he's going to bring it up. He's not dumb.
Right. Now, he also said here, I was thinking of making an acoustic record, but Dave Cobb, the world's greatest producer, as far as I'm concerned, vetoed that. Dave said, I want to make a definitive Sammy Hagar record. I want you to be singing and screaming your ass off like you did in Montrose. So that's interesting. He also said, I tweaked my approach and said to myself, this guy knows what he's talking about. I trusted him because it's Dave Cobb, but it didn't take much. I'm an open-minded guy. So obviously totally throwing his weight behind Dave Cobb here. But as we get a little further into this interview, there's a part where I don't understand. If he's so trusting Dave Cobb, then I had a question as to what he does later. So I thought that was interesting. Then he also says here that he's talking about putting down the guitar and only singing. So this is interesting. He says he gets better vocals that way. And he says, I put the guitar down and suddenly I was in Montrose and Van Halen again. Every time I would do a solo record, I would play guitar parts with a full band. I wouldn't even get to sing my parts until the record was almost done. I would even do background vocals first. Then I would go and do my lead vocals. So by not playing guitar, I was able to focus on singing each song, and I was able to nail a lot of them quickly. I tried some things I usually wouldn't try, and it made for some of the best vocals I've ever done in my life. They're right up there with Montrose and Van Halen. Now, I'm going to say straight out here, these vocals, although he sounds great on the record, no problem, there's nowhere near the way he was singing in Montrose and Van Halen. And the only reason I say that is because, listen, you can never compete with your younger self if you're an athlete or a singer. That's impossible. He's 75 years old. Okay, I'll give him 74 when he made this album. Still, you're going to talk about when you were singing in your 30s? Come on. I mean, that's...
Your 20s.
And it's 20s. Well, Montrose is 20s and then Van Halen's late 30s. But, I mean, come on, man. You can't. Listen to the way he's singing on Dreams. The fact that he can't sing Dreams anymore is proof that he can't sing the way he was singing in Van Halen.
Oh, so, yeah. I mean, the statement is just ridiculous. I mean, you're like, I'm singing better, but come on, man. We all know you're not. And by the way, there's no shame in that.
No!
And his vocals are really good.
Phenomenal for his age.
On this album. Phenomenal. They're really good. They're really solid.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy's singing great for anybody, never mind 75. But please don't be like, oh, yeah, I was totally singing the best I've ever been when I was hitting those high notes in Dreams and when I was doing the scream in Space Station number 5. It's like, come on, Sam. Who are you kidding? Are you trying to kid yourself? Again, it's just more salesman BS.
Yeah.
It doesn't do him any favors.
I know. And then here he goes. He's getting into this whole thing about Mike. So this is really interesting. thing. So the guy asked him if he thinks that Mike's playing better now than he was in Van Halen. And he says here, because in Van Halen, Eddie was so busy with the way he played guitar, there wasn't much room for Mikey to do anything. Eddie played lead, rhythm, melody, and in some ways the bass line all at once because he was just a master. So Mike rarely got to stretch out. But the truth is he's up there with John Paul Jones, John Entwistle, Geddy Lee, and Jack Bruce. But he never got to show it with Van Halen. But now we've got Mike off the leash. So we got more of him than we ever got when he was in Van Halen. And then he says here, when he's talking about his background vocals on the album, the guy said, oh, they sound like they're front and center. Was that intentional? He said, yeah, it was. We knew we wanted the classic Van Halen backing vocals, and Mike sings just the same as he did back then. So we totally embrace that. We try to use every trick Van Halen would use in the studio for the background vocals, but we couldn't find the sound. So I called Ted Templeman in the middle of the session to ask how he made that happen on those classic Van Halen albums. And I remember saying to Dave Cobb, how are we going to get those backing vocals down? I want Mike to sound like he did on Running with the Devil and Top of the World. Dave Cobb said, don't fucking know, man. We're not getting it. Can you call up Ted? So I called up Ted, and he gave me the formula, and we went in, and boom, we had Mikey's vocals. And with those vocals, we have an album rivaling Van Halen. I generally believe that. Now, what the fuck is he talking about? And the reason I say that is because one of the biggest complaints that Dave and I have about this album is we don't really get that sweet, rich Van Hagar melody of Sammy blending with Mike. And it's not a problem. We're not complaining, but let's not say that it's there when it's not. What is he talking about?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's talking about because you hear Mike's background vocals on the album, but they're ethereal. That's what they are. And the difference is Mike does a lot of the background vocals by himself this time around.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because that's definitely not the secret sauce in Van Halen. I mean, I don't know what production or engineering tricks that Ted Templeman was doing.
Yeah.
Back in the day. But I know that Eddie was singing along with them, and even Ted would put his background vocals on there too.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's part of the secret sauce.
Mm-hmm.
And the other part where Sam is like, oh, Mike is just as good a bass player as John Entwistle and John Paul Jones.
Come on.
All right, stop.
Come on.
Just stop.
Jesus.
Just stop. And by the way, that's not the first time he's gone down that path. Look, I'm not taking anything away from Mike.
No.
He's a good, solid bass player. In some ways, he's underrated. And certainly on some Van Halen albums, he was underutilized. But come on now. Let's not start putting him in a class
right.
where he's just not in that class.
No.
I'm not trying to put the guy down and be insulting.
Of course not.
But let's face facts. He's just not in that league. And by the way, I'm not hearing that kind of bass playing on Crazy Times.
No.
I'm just not. Like, he's fine on the album, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But it's not like the bass is so high up in the mix. You're like, wow, I can't believe Mike's playing like this. I never heard him before. I mean, that is not happening. And Sam is just trying to come up with, this narrative of what the album is. And quite frankly, it's not. I mean, I'm not hearing what he's hearing.
It rivals anything Van Halen. Come
on.
Get the fuck
come on.
out.
You know what, Sam? I'll tell you what. It's better than Van Halen 3. I'll give you that. Give you that. I mean, it's a very good album. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, no.
I mean, I think it is one of his better albums.
Yeah. Definitely.
Again, it's still relatively new. And like Sam said, where does it sit ultimately in his catalog?
Right.
Not quite sure yet.
Right.
But not at the bottom.
No.
That's for sure.
No.
It's a great album. He should be proud of it. Is it as good as anything with Van Halen? It's Salesman Sam. There he goes.
Yeah. And the question is that what exactly is Ted telling him on the phone? And if he has such incredible confidence in Dave Cobb, he just called him the best producer in the world. I'm sure Dave Cobb is very capable of recording background vocals. I mean,
right. You would think so, right?
I mean, it's not like some sort of studio wizardry that no one has ever done before. Like you said, yeah, it was a blend of Ed and Mike. That was a totally different thing, but that was mind-blowing. So now this gets a little crazy, too, as we delve deeper into the Van Halen hole. He says here, the guy had asked her about measuring the importance of Michael Anthony on him personally and musically, and he said, Mikey is like my brother from another mother. So much so that back in the early Van Halen days, Eddie would get all jealous because Mike and I would get into these soulful conversations for hours, and Eddie would be on the outside looking in. And this was when we were all getting along great, not towards the end when our marriage fell apart. But even in the early days, Eddie would say, hey, I want to hang out like you and Mike do. And I was like, cool, man, let's do it. So what's the problem? The way it was in Van Halen was Eddie and Alex would get together and do their family thing. And Mike and I would always be the ones to go get tacos and margaritas and talk about life when we were on the road. And in the end, we were always arguing, and Van Halen was falling apart. Me and Mike had our own plane because we were trying to keep Eddie and me apart. I guess Mike and I are cut from the same cloth, and Eddie hated it. He would get mad on stage and call it stupid. But we had our own inside lingo. We were very close. And that's accented by the magical sound of his background vocals layered over my lead vocals. It's a unique sound that can't be described that I've never had with anyone else. Now, I agree with him on that statement in Van Halen. However, I don't know if that's so clear on his solo stuff. But this thing about Eddie being jealous, it's an interesting piece of the pie here because it's a peek into why Ed has such animosity toward Mike built up. Perhaps he was jealous of Sam and Mike's bond. It's clear that Sam and Mike are real friends and are close. I don't think that's made up. I think Mike's happier than he's ever been. He enjoys working with Sam. Sam sees Mike as a comfort and also as a coup because it's his tie to Van Halen. I mean, he said it when we saw him. He's like, we're half of Van Halen, you know. So therefore, they're taking over the catalog. And as you can tell, this whole interview is back to Van Halen. Back to this album is as good as Van Halen. We're making Mike sound like he did in Van Halen. I'm singing as good as I did in Van Halen. I mean, he keeps referencing it. He keeps digging and digging and digging at this thing. What do you make of this?
I think he's full of crap, to be honest with you.
Well, you don't think
I do, because I don't think Ed was jealous of them at all. Because Ed had the ultimate connection with his brother.
Of course he did, yeah.
I would think the other two would be jealous of them because Ed and Al were on this wavelength. You know, they could jam together and finish each other's riffs and all that kind of stuff. Right, yeah. I mean, that's just what they were doing. And the other thing that I thought about was I don't remember Sam and Mike being as buddy-buddy as they are now in the early days of Van Halen.
Okay.
My understanding was that Mike and Sam got along.
Right.
No problem.
Right.
They were good. But they really didn't connect as brothers from another mother until after Sam had left Van Halen the first time, and then he came back in 2004, although Mike had already started jamming with him before that.
Yeah, totally.
And that's when they really started to connect.
So you think it was to Sam and Dave tour appearances?
Yeah, I think it started there, and that was always my understanding, because I'd always read that, like, yeah, we got along, we were fine, and then I left the band, and then we reconnected. That's when they really got close. That was always my understanding. So I feel like, again, Sam is coming up with this retroactive continuity. Where he's going back in time and saying, oh, Mike and I, we were best buds from day one, and Ed was jealous. I'm like, come on. Really?
Yeah.
Really?
I know.
And it makes for a great story. There's only one problem. The guy they're talking about isn't around to comment on it.
Right. That's the truth.
It's a narrative that's like really easy to believe.
That's true.
It's frustrating when I'm like, Sam, Come on.
I know. It's amazing. Now, he also notes here that his favorite Van Halen record is For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge. And he says here, for me, it comes down to For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge. That's my favorite Van Halen record. I think it's even better than 5150 because the writing, vocals, and the way the band was playing tops on it. So, my other question is, I'm really shocked at him saying that, to be honest with you. Because
Are you really?
Yes, I'll tell you why. Because I think the answer would be 5150 because it was the most successful, it was the most fun, it was when everything was flowing their way, they could do no wrong. Sam overcame every obstacle he had in front of him, and he had a lot. They really scored huge. He came in and set his whole way of doing everything. I mean, he came in and took over the band. He got rid of all the old songs, he brought in his own manager, he did everything his way and completely got away with it. And the fact that the album was as successful as it was, and it had hit singles, and they didn't even have to do videos and all the different things, they pulled off a miracle with 5150. Now, with For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge, although I love that album better than 5150, I think it's phenomenal. However, there was some tension going on. He was going through some rough personal times. That album was a hard birth. They took multiple breaks and periods of time to get that thing done. They had problems with Andy Johns. They had to bring in Ted Templeman. That was not an easy album to make. Don't get me wrong, I think it came out really good, and I love that album. However, I'm surprised that he said that. Things started to go a little south even then. Everybody always says balance. But if you really look close, like we have over the years, the cracks started after OU812. That was really when the honeymoon was over. They look at the break that they took from OU812 all the way to For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge. Even though in today's terms, 3 years, it's nothing for a band to take off. Back then, that was like an eternity. Van Halen never had that much time in between albums. I was surprised to hear him say that. You weren't surprised?
No, I get what you're saying in terms of
Yeah.
what maybe he has fonder memories of. But as a musical statement, For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge is a very strong Sammy era album. I mean, I flip-flop all the time, which is better, 5150 or For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge. And it just depends on which day you ask me which one is better. The other thing I think that Sam likes about that album is he was there from the ground up day one. With 5150, it was kind of there like on day 5. Right?
Yeah,
they had already started some of the music.
Yeah.
They had started some of the demos with Dave. They never really went anywhere. But he had already come in and there was music already written.
I mean, Ed writes the music anyway.
I know. Maybe it just feels like he was there immersed. He had been there from the beginning for that album. And the other thing is, For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge is a rock album. No keyboards except for Right Now. And maybe that's the attraction as well.
He didn't seem to have a problem with the keyboards. He was all over.
No, he didn't. But
Yeah.
if you're saying which one's my favorite, and you're like, well, I don't know, maybe the keyboards I'm not such a fan of, but For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge, that's rocking almost all the way. I'm surprised, actually, because I think maybe he's less concerned about the memories behind the album and more about the music on the album itself. And I'm surprised if that's the case, because I know he associates the making of albums with the memories of that album. Like Balance he has an issue with because he doesn't have a lot of fond memories around that time. And so he really struggles thinking about that album in a positive light because of everything else that was going on.
Well, it's interesting, but I really think it has to do with the massive success of Right Now. And not that Right Now was a massive hit single, because if you look at it on the chart, it didn't chart huge. It wasn't like a top 10 single, but I would say if there is a song that is going to come out of the Hagar era as a classic, I think I'm pointing to that.
Oh, yeah, totally.
I mean, don't get me wrong.
Absolutely.
Why Can't This Be Love? When It's Love? Much bigger songs. at the time. But I'm talking about in terms of longevity. Like, in terms of looking back at a body of work, I think right now is going to stand out as like a timeless sort of classic, you know what I mean? And, Dreams, I could say, would be that too. It really stands out as well. It's a beautiful piece of music, well-written lyrics. That's a well-polished pop song. It's real perfection. I would say that for right now as well. So I think that maybe it's all riding on that because I love For Lawful Carnal Knowledge. And by the way, if you want to talk about a Mike album, that's your Mike album, okay?
Oh, yeah.
That is
sure.
the Mike album.
Yeah.
Mike is shining on bass and he's shining on vocals. That is the Mike album. So if you want to hype anything, Sam, hype that album for Mike, because if you really want a dose of quality Michael Anthony, that's the album.
From the Sam era.
From the Sam era, yeah, right, exactly, the Hagar era. Moving on to the next interview Sam did. So, of course, he goes on the Eddie Trunk show, right? And oh my God, boy, does Eddie get out a bib and he starts going to town. So Sammy's the great, you're wonderful, blah, blah, blah. So the interesting thing about the interview was like 40 minutes or so. And they're going on and on, Eddie's slobbering all over him. So, he's, telling him he's the greatest thing in the world, this and that, and that's all fine. Then it starts getting very juicy at the very end of the interview, which is interesting. So Eddie Trunk almost asked him in passing, like, the status about the Eddie Van Halen tribute, Because Eddie Trunk is obsessed. He gets a few subjects, and he just keeps beating the shit out of them. One is the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Another one is bands that don't play live and use tapes or background stuff like what Kiss does or something like that. That he goes crazy on, like all these different little things. He has like little rants that he just repeats on a fucking rotation. And one of them is the Eddie Van Halen tribute. He won't stop about it. Why isn't there an Eddie Van Halen tribute? Blah, 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 blah. And I think he just likes to get on points and just ride that surfboard as far as he can into the beach. And when he asked Sam about it, he said, as far as I know, there's been nothing. I got a call from management who said, hey, do you and Mike and Al want to get a superstar guitar player? And he said, I'll do anything with Al and Mike and play music with people, but it's not going to be Van Halen. There's no Van Halen. I don't care what anyone says. Wolfie is Van Halen, okay? He doesn't want to be the Van Halen copy band, and I don't blame him. He's doing a great job on his own. It's cool when he jams a little bit here and there. He's Van Halen. If he wanted to play guitar with Al, Mikey, and myself, I would love to do that. So, first of all, Sam is spinning his wheels here because I'm sure that Irving Azoff must have called him because he's looking for options as a manager, right? Like, managers always do this. And if anybody knows behind the scenes, they'll flip-flop a pancake 10 ways to Sunday to make $1. Oh, we'll get a Vegas residency. We'll call up all the members of Van Halen, see what we can do, that kind of thing. So he calls everybody up and puts feelers out. But that's his job. That's exactly what his job is. So let's not pretend like this was an invitation. This was an inquiry from the management, but that doesn't mean that Al was behind it. So then he's praising Wolf here and leaving the door open, and he's like almost setting up his own little scenario. Well, if Wolf wants to get together with me, Mike, and Al, we could, put something together. Wolf does not need to be playing with a bunch of older guys in a revival show. That's for sure. Then he's trying to say, even if the reunion didn't materialize, we could do a one-off event, maybe play with Al and Mike and a great guitar player for some event like the Dave Grohl did for Taylor Hawkins. Something like that would be fantastic. But other than that, I'm not really interested. So now he sees what Wolf is doing with Dave Grohl, and he's trying to almost like tie himself to that. So it's almost like he's offering Wolf the job, like the way he's flipping it. It's very, very strange. Don't you think?
I'm not seeing your perspective on
like
how
he's setting up
a
scenario that it doesn't exist, where he's like, oh, well, if Wolf wants to join Mike, Al, and I... What?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Like,
yes,
what are you kidding me?
He assumes he's part of the equation, and he's been approached, and by all accounts, if he has been approached, he's the last person who's been approached. Again, he's trying to spin this narrative that it's going to be him, and Dave can come along if he wants. And it's like, dude, I think you got that backwards.
He does. But you do understand what I'm saying? Like, he's like, oh no, this isn't Van Halen. Wolf is Van Halen, and if he wants to play on a song with Dave Grohl, that's fine, here and there. But he goes, but if Wolf would like to join Mike and Al and I, we could work something out. It's like, dude, like, that's not for you to say. That's not for you to put out there. He's such a businessman. Do you understand? Like, that's like a businessman move. So,
yeah,
he's just flipping that around.
True.
So now, this is the best part. So then, Eddie's so funny because he's like, oh, my news-making interview with Sammy Hagar. And he just sort of stumbled into this because, Sammy gets Van Halen diarrhea in the mouth. And he just starts going crazy. So he goes, of course, he's buttering Sam up. And he's like, I understand David Lee Roth, the guy who's been trying to make it difficult, And he said, it ain't just one guy. Alex and I don't even talk. I reached out to Alex, and I'm going to tell you right now, I reached out to Alex again recently, and I reached out to Al, and he wouldn't even return my call or my email. So I said, you know what? Fuck it. It's not on the top of my list or my agenda. I think Eddie deserves definitely a tribute, and the whole world would show up, and the whole world would do it. It's almost like he's trying to make himself look good in front of the Van Halen fans. Like, hey, man, I'm here, I'm ready to go, but, Al's not returning my calls. But the weird thing is like, I love how Sam is shocked that he hasn't heard from Al. And it's like,
I know. Right? Like, Sam, have you read your own book?
This is what I want Sam to do. I want you to go to Amazon.com. I want you to order Read My Uncensored Life in Rock.
Right.
I want you to read it cover to cover, and your answer will be at the end of the book. Honest to God, I just think it's funny. And as the interview goes on, the onion keeps getting peeled, and you'll see, like, he really is on the air pondering what could it be? What could it be? I swear to God. So we'll get to that point in a second. But what did you make of those comments, Dave, about him putting it to Al?
Well, it is ultimately up to Al.
Yeah.
That's very true. Again, I'm not sure why he's so surprised he hasn't heard from Al. I mean, Al's priority, if he even has one, is to do something for his brother, preferably with Dave. If you believe Dave, him and Al laugh like pirates every day. Right? And then who knows how much BS that is.
Right.
But certainly Al is talking to Dave more than he's talking to Sam. And really, so far for any of the reunion talks, Dave's been on those calls. And Sam has not.
Right.
Sam would love to be on those calls. And again, it's all about the narrative. And it's easy for him to say, well, Wolf's got the chops. So if he wants to get on stage with me and Al and Mike, that's fine. Well, that's true, Sam. That it is up to him. But there's...
Don't hold your breath.
Well, no, but it's like, Sam, if you think that's the first move anyone's making without Dave, it's not happening.
Yeah.
Now, if Dave becomes difficult and they've had it up to here with him and they're like, all right, forget this, then maybe we'll give Sam a call. Sure, Sam, you'll be the second choice again for the, third time? So that's not a problem. It's not a problem for you. It's not a problem for them. It's all spin. That's the bottom line.
It is. It's all
spin for Sam. The interesting part is, I think he honestly believes the spin. I don't think he's walking in there going, how am I going to BS them today? I think he honestly believes what he's saying.
Wow.
Well, for example, like, I don't know why Al doesn't return my call. And I know he didn't say that specifically.
I know.
Right? Like, I don't know why Al's not returning my calls. And you and I are like, well, read your damn autobiography, Sam.
Yeah.
And the answer's right there. Like, everybody else knows the reason why.
Right.
Except for you. And come on, he's not a dumb guy.
No.
He's got to have a clue.
No.
I can't imagine that no one has never told him, Sam, it was your book. Like, he's got to know.
And he knows how sensitive it is. So that we get to this part, and we're going to get back to that with Al, but we get to this part where he's talking about Roth, and Sam says, Hagar also admits he doesn't get why fans put it on Roth. He says, I don't talk to Dave, and if he did it, he'd want to do it without me, and I'm sure that's part of the dysfunction that Wolf is talking about. I'll make a statement that I don't know is true or not, but what do you want to bet? He goes, I will only do it if Hagar is not there. And if that were the case, that's typical Roth, and that's part of the dysfunction. It's not like he controls it, it's just that he doesn't play well with others. Now, Sam has that right. David Lee Roth wants nothing to do with him. And yes, it is part of the Van Halen dysfunction, but the Van Halen dysfunction is all around. It's not just Dave. And yes, I agree. He does not play well with others. For sure. That's Dave. It's also part of his thing. So what'd you make of
Right.
that?
Oh, yeah, no, I totally agree with you on that one. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's totally believable.
Yeah.
Yes.
Totally. Then we get to the Al part. Now, this is funny. This is really gets out there. So he says here, and like I said, if Al came up to me and wanted to do it, I'm in. Absolutely. Let's go and do it somehow. But Alex has got to stick up his ass about something with me. Still. And he's going to take it to his grave. I guess I don't think I made peace with Al, and I don't think I'm going to unless he reaches back out to me, and I've done it about 5 times now. I'm not trying to start a feud between the two of us, but I love the guy, and I love Van Halen and what we did together, but Al is a stubborn Taurus. He's a Taurus, and he's the most stubborn Taurus, and Tauruses are known for being stubborn, and he's a Dutch Taurus, and he's the most stubborn, hard-headed guy you'll ever meet in your life. And he is tough to break down and to let go. Nope, he's holding on to something. And I just wish he wasn't like that. I love the guy. Like I said a million times, Alex and I got along better than Ed and I at times. Through the hard times, Alex and I still got along. But I don't know what happened. Somebody poisoned him. Somebody told him something. Maybe he doesn't like my book, which is the most honest thing I've ever done in my life. Some people just don't think that should have been done. So this is what's incredible. In what universe does he think Al is going to call him? I think he's trying to look for good press amongst the Van Halen fans. Like, hey man, it's not me, it's not me. Is Al stubborn? Yeah, for sure. And is he hard-headed? Yeah, absolutely. But somebody poisoned him? Somebody told him something? Dude, you roasted his brother on a stick. And his brother, who is now dead due to his sickness that he had at the time, that you wrote about in your book, and you made all kinds of accusations and stuff, and now you proceed to follow it up by saying that not only maybe he didn't like my book, but it was the most honest thing I've ever done in my life? And you wonder why he's upset with you? I mean, he's saying it out of his mouth.
At least he finally admitted that the book could be a reason.
Oh, well, maybe. He's like, oh, maybe somebody poisoned them. Anyway, that was the Eddie Trunk interview, and Eddie just sat there in bewilderment himself. Oh, I don't know what it is. Oh, maybe he'll call you, Sam. All right. So then, now this other thing came out. Now, this piqued my curiosity. Okay, another Sam interview. This one happened to be on the Consequence podcast with Kyle Meredith, okay? This is a little crumb that fell off the table. And I am the mouse that found that crumb and is going to make a meal out of it. This is unbelievable. We were talking about the Van Halen track Between Us Two, which is the track that Sammy and Van Halen did together for the Twister soundtrack that was left off the Twister soundtrack. Van Halen was contracted to do 2 tracks for that soundtrack. One of them was Humans Being, and the other one ended up being Respect the Wind, but the band technically did another song that was absolutely completed called Between Us Two. We've talked about it on this podcast many times. That is a fully recorded and mastered, shelved song. One of the few that Van Halen has left over during the Sammy Hagar era. So now, Sammy made this little quote here that really kind of stuck out. He says here, I don't know if I can resurrect it, but we got it. It's done. It's in the archives. They'll find it. They're looking through the archives right now to try to remaster some of the old stuff from my era. They'll find it, and it's going to be a treasure. Now, this really put up the hair in the back of my neck. He also continued here and said, Hagar warned that releasing Between Us Two is easier said than done. He said resurrecting it would have to go through the Van Halen camp. It's a little dysfunctional over there. There's never been a fearless leader in Van Halen camp. David Lee Roth was for a while. I was for a while. Then Eddie took over for a while. Then Alex came in. Now Wolfie is the fearless leader. Now, we all know that this leftover song is finished, and it seems like Ed and Al left it off the Twister soundtrack out of spite because they ended up doing Respect the Wind as a collaborative song together. We didn't even call it Van Halen. And they were in a battle with Sam at that point. Why wouldn't the record company want to have 2 Van Halen songs on the Twisted soundtrack as Beyond Me? But the most interesting line here is they're looking through the archives right now to try to remaster some of the old stuff from my era. Now, that's telling because if something archival is happening, Sam has to be contacted. Now, remember when Van Halen was doing the best of, they had to contact Dave, and he had to find out about what was happening with the best of because he was going to be on it. And he ended up reconnecting with Ed through that. This is very interesting and encouraging, and I wanted to hear that song so badly, and I always have. I remember Sam called it Our Stairway to Heaven, if you remember that. But apparently it's a ballad, who knows, and hopefully Warner Brothers is taking action, Dave. What do you think?
Well, I know Sam thinks that song is the greatest thing since sliced bread. But was interesting, though, that apparently there's something happening maybe with his catalog. Finally. Sadly, though, if Van Halen runs true to form, there won't be any bonus tracks. But it'd be interesting to see if something does come out. But I'm not holding my breath for anything. I do know that Sam's part of the catalog for years has never been, never mind remastered, but re-released or anything like that. Except if it was on a greatest hits compilation. Then the songs were redone. But the albums themselves have never been redone since they first came out. And that's a shame. And I almost feel like it was to spite Sam. Like even though the rest of the band could have made some money off of it, they just didn't do it. Well, especially when Dave was in the band.
Yeah.
It's always something with these guys. It's unbelievable. But hopefully, if what Sam is saying is true, and that's a big if, because you never know with Sam, that would be cool that they'd actually be reworking the Van Hagar catalog.
Well, I have another thing that I want to bring up. It's another news item that I think could possibly tie in here. So I'm sure a lot of you have noticed that A Different Kind of Truth has disappeared from Spotify, from iTunes, from YouTube, from Amazon Music. And that, in my opinion, is suspicious. And it could be a few things. Number one, it could be pulled in order to be re-released. Now, I know of other albums where this is happening. For example, Dave, our buddy Eddie Money, he released his last EP posthumously called Brand New Day. That has disappeared from Spotify, from YouTube, from iTunes, all that kinds of stuff, right? And I'm like, what's going on? So I happen to know Mrs. Money. You know that. I have a connection. So I texted Mrs. Money, and I said, Mrs. Money, I noticed that Brand New Day has disappeared from all streaming services. What's going on? And she said, well, we have pulled it because we are going to re-release it as the full album because they were going to release 2 EPs. Now they're going to release the full album. So I'm wondering if something is happening with A Different Kind of Truth. That could be one thing. The second thing could be that the contract ran out, that there was a lack of paperwork. Somebody forgot to re-up the whole contract. It's been 10 years. That could be. And the third thing I was thinking it could be is possibly, Dave, that Warner Brothers is acquiring A Different Kind of Truth. Perhaps they bought the album to be part of the entire catalog, to keep the Van Halen catalog all under one roof. So if that's the case, then possibly Warner Brothers is looking to do something with the catalog. I want to also mention to everybody, let this be a lesson. This is why you need to have hard copies of the album, because with streaming, anything can disappear at any moment. It's the biggest downfall of the medium. Yes, I love streaming too, and I love the convenience of it, but you can never count on it. You can wake up the next day and any album could disappear. Now, Dave, you know I just sent you my Zebra article, right, that I wrote?
Right.
Now, Dave said to me, do you know that none of the Zebra albums are on Spotify? And I said, yeah, I know that because I spoke to the guys in Zebra when I did the article and I asked them the same question, and they're in litigation and negotiations over their albums. So they're all pulled from Spotify. And it's very frustrating for fans. And I'm not blaming Zebra for that. They're trying to do right by their own catalog. But, you know, you just don't know. Albums can get pulled. Now, there's other situations where albums have never been put up. Like, for example, David Lee Roth's DLR Band album. That's, like, just never been properly put up on streaming. That's just somebody being lazy or forgetting that. But there's other stuff that gets pulled all the time. And what you'll see is, and you've probably experienced this, Dave, sometimes the album will be there physically, and you can't click on it. It's like ghosted. So it's like, instead of being in bright white, it's in like shaded gray. And even though it says the song there, you click on the song and you can't hear it. What do you think is going on there? Do you think that could possibly be tied to this? That maybe between this, the thing with Sam and Between Us Two, and the thing that we heard about Alex hanging out with Don Landy in the studio, maybe all of this is, there's something behind all this? I mean, what do you think?
Man, I hope you're right. And I hope it's not somebody was sleeping at the wheel and let it slip.
Yeah, I know.
I really hope that's not the case.
I know.
Because it's just sad. It's
Yeah.
just sad that another album that's really good cannot be listened to in the medium that a lot of people are listening to now.
Yeah, and the last Van Halen album. I mean, like, it's
Well,
like the
exactly.
last
Well, it's
one,
the
too.
last one, and it's a good one.
Yeah, it's a really good one.
And it's
yeah.
a really good one.
Yeah.
So I really hope that they're pulling it down, because for any of the reasons you stated, Warner Brothers is getting it. There's going to be a re-release. They're doing something with the catalog. I really hope that's the case.
It would be great.
And I really hope it's not, oh, well, the streaming rights expired and nobody was following up on it.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that would just be really, really sad.
That's true. So I also want to let you in a little bit more Sam news that Sam has been tapped by Alice Cooper to be part of his famous Christmas Pudding benefit concert. So what Alice does every year is he does this Christmas concert called Christmas Pudding, and he gets a bunch of people together. This year it's going to be Alice, Sammy Hagar, and Rob Zombie for the 20th annual Christmas Pudding fundraiser concert on December 3rd at the Celebrity Theater in Phoenix, Arizona. And rounding out the bill for the evening is going to be the Gin Blossoms, Six Wire, Wally Palmer of the Romantics, and comedian Jim Brewer. There's going to be performances from the Solid Rock Dancers, the Bucket Brigade, and the winners of this year's Proof is in the Pudding music and dance competition, which is Cooper's take on American Idol. Now, it's a fundraiser, and all the proceeds go directly to benefit the free music, dance, and arts and vocational programs for teens ages 12 through 20 at Alice Cooper's Solid Rock Teen Centers. So Sammy, of course, being the charitable guy he is, has joined them. And there's also some interesting news about Alice Cooper. Believe it or not, Dave, he was in the studio with his old producer, Bob Ezrin, recording a dozen new tracks with the original members of the Alice Cooper Band. So that's coming out. It's interesting. I'd love to see this show. Hopefully there's some YouTube videos to catch. Rob Zombie and Sammy Hagar with Alice Cooper is quite a mix. I'd love to see them jam together. And that Bob Ezrin album sounds really, really cool. So what do you think of that?
Yeah, both things sound really cool. Nice to see the old band getting back together.
Absolutely. Now, Mammoth WVH, as we talked about, finally released their deluxe edition of their debut album, which came out in 2021. And they had 3 bonus tracks, and we've talked about 2 of them before, which was Talk and Walk and As Long As You're Not You. We've played them on here, and we discussed them, but now there's a third one called Goodbye. And here's a clip.
Wow.
Now, this song is not a ballad, but more of a mellower tune. It's got a nice melody. It shows off Wolf's vocals here. It's pretty commercial, and it's more on the poppier side. It almost has like a Nickelback kind of vibe to it. It's very strong with the writing skills, and it has really nice melody to it, different than the other two tracks, which are more rocking. You can easily hear this as a radio track for sure. It could probably have sold this to another artist if you wanted to. That's how good it is. And the album is now 17 track songs, Dave. It's almost a double album. So I'm enjoying this whole package now. It's really got a lot on here, a lot on meat on this bone. What did you think of Goodbye?
Well, I thought the new songs were decent, but I didn't think they were anything great. So sadly, I'm getting older and I'm turning into my parents because all the songs are starting to sound alike to me now.
Okay.
That's where I am with Wolf's music. I think your analysis saying it reminded you of Nickelback and it was single ready, I think that's spot on. But I think the challenge there is it sounds like everything else.
Yeah. Okay.
I was like, okay, that's nice. It's not bad, but it's nothing I haven't heard before. It didn't light up my world or anything like that.
Right. So the next thing I want to mention was Wolf is actually on a European tour with Alter Bridge. Now, the last time we spoke in Van Halen News, I misspoke because I forgot that he was going on a European tour before he went on the American tour. So I was seeing Wolf early next year when he tours with Alter Bridge. Midwest Ron started writing me notes, yelling at me because I said he's probably going to finish his album and then go out on tour. But if you looked on his Twitter, he said, oh, that's enough recording for now, and I got to hit the road with Alter Bridge to go to Europe. And I was like, oh my God, I totally forgot that he's going to Europe before that happened. So yes, he's in Europe right now, and he's touring, and he's opening up for Alter Bridge on that tour, and he's doing a set that's pretty tight. Only 7 songs. He's playing the same set every night, pretty much. It's the song Mammoth, Mr. Ed, Epiphany, Think It Over, Distance, You're to Blame, and Don't Back Down. And he's been doing the same set every night, and he's keeping it real lean, no sneak peeks at any new songs. He didn't touch any of the bonus tracks from the deluxe edition of the Mammoth debut that came out. Hopefully, he'll finish recording and get that album out by the fall of 2023, but you never know. What do you think, Dave?
That would be wonderful. And I think we're going to get some more information soon because this is hot off the press. He's going to be on the January 2023 cover of Guitar World.
Oh, wow. Okay. Nice. That should be great.
Hopefully we'll get some more information when that comes out.
Yeah, that'll be soon. Now, also, Wolf noted that he was using a very special guitar to record that new album, and he was dipping into his dad's extensive electronic guitar collection, and he pulled out an oldie but a goodie. Now, if we all remember, he used Frankenstein on 2 tracks for the Mammoth's 2021 debut album, and on this one, he's using Eddie's old Gibson SG that Ed used to play on Fair Warning. And he says here, Pop played this SG on the slide part in Dirty Movies on Fair Warning. He loved the tone, but the lower horn of the guitar kept getting in the way, so he sawed it off, which is hysterical, and he showed a picture of it. So perhaps he's getting a grittier sound that Ed got for that album. So looking forward to that. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, it always amazes me how Ed was just quick with the saw. He would just start cutting stuff all the time. Yeah. Wow. But that's how he was wired. That's how he thought. He's like, you know what? It's in the way. I'm cutting it off.
Absolutely. This has to be the weirdest and strangest Van Halen news item we've ever reported. This is bizarre. I can't believe that this came out. So anyway, Matthew Perry, who is one of the stars of Friends, the actor Matthew Perry, he came out with a new memoir called Friends, Lovers, and the Big Terrible Thing. So he came out with a new memoir, and he struggled with some addiction and different problems that he's had through the years, and he talks about all that in his book. He had a rough time with drugs and different things like that, but in addition to all that personal stuff, he got into this very strange story about him and Valerie Bertinelli. So listen to this. So in the book, he says here that he made out with Valerie in front of her then husband, Eddie, who was unconscious at the time. So 4 years before he was on Friends, he was starring in the show Sydney with Valerie. She was a private eye, and he was her brother as a cop in the show. And Perry was like head over heels for Valerie, and had a crush on her, and he admits she was way out of his league, but that she was married to one of the most famous rock stars on the planet, right? So Perry insists that his feelings for Bertinelli were so real that he harbored elaborate fantasies about her leaving Eddie Van Halen and living out the rest of her days with him. And he said he got as close as he could one night hanging out with Bertinelli at Van Halen's house. He says, as the night progressed, it was clear Eddie enjoyed the fruits of the vine a little too hard, meaning he drank a lot of wine, one more time, and eventually he just passed out. Not 10 feet away from us, but still. He says, this was my chance. If you think I didn't actually have a chance in hell, you'd be wrong, dear reader. Valerie and I had a long, elaborate makeout session, and I told her that I thought about doing that for a long time, and she had said it right back to me. Now, Perry said that Valerie made no mention of the makeout session the next day and was behaving as if nothing ever happened, and he got the hint and was devastated inside and endured many a tearful night afterwards, but he was relieved when the show got canceled and he no longer had to see her. And he says, I have spent my life being attracted to unavailable women. It doesn't take a psychology degree to figure out that this has something to do with my relationship with my mother. And then Valerie, in response to this, she went on social media and she shared a TikTok that featured Taylor Swift's song Anti-Hero from her recently released album Midnights, and the lyric, it's me, hi, I'm the problem, it's me. And then she wrote, anyone misbehave in their 20s and early 30s? Are you mortified? So this was absolutely fucking bizarre and crazy because, I mean, what the fuck was he thinking writing about that, considering that, like, her son is going to read that and hear about that? I mean, it really was, in my opinion, sort of a selfish thing to do. It's one thing if you want to write about your own addiction, your own problems, that's your own business. But to really start causing problems in someone else's family, not that I know that it did, but it was, I mean, you know, I thought that was really sort of not cool. I mean, the situation was already fuck up and twisted as it was. And clearly, like, that was a messy situation that he made way messier and kind of really selfish. What do you think, Dave?
I guess he called Sam for advice on how to write an autobiography.
Oh, touche, my friend. Wow.
I'm with you. I'm not sure why he decided to include that in the book.
I don't know how his publisher wasn't like, dude, we can't, like, include that. I mean, it's one thing if you want to put your own shit in there.
Oh, no, they're gonna say, give us all the dirt you can. It'll help sell the book.
Oh, okay. Speaking of help selling something, well, let me tell you something. Steve Vai put out a new song, which is really, really interesting. It's called In the Wind. And this song is from the never-before-released album that he shelved 30 years ago. Now, I think we talked about this the last time, but he finally released a song from the album called Vai Gash. And it's with the late singer Johnny Gash Sombrado. And this album is coming out on January 27th, but the single is called In the Wind. Here's a clip.
Tonight in the palm of my
Now, this is sort of a good time commercial rock and roll song. It sounds like what I would think Steve would have put out in the early 90s after his time with David Lee Roth and after his time with Whitesnake. It's got that sort of vibe, but he ended up going a little more experimental with the Vi band album, Sex and Religion. I remember that was a crazy album, and this should be really interesting, Dave. So the track was written by Vi when he was in his 30s to encapsulate the freedom of the biker culture with a selection of power chord-driven riffs aimed by soundtracking a joint on the open road with the roar of a Harley underneath you. And he said it's sort of a straight-ahead rock and roll album. Vi had met Sombrado through a mutual friend. The two of them had bonded over motorcycles and biker culture, and unfortunately, Sombrado suffered a serious accident at the age of 21, which left him with third-degree burns over 60% of his body. But after an arduous and excruciating recovery period, and with many permanent scars, he got back on his motorcycle and continued his life. Vi said, something in me wanted to get him in the studio and see how he would belt over these biker type of songs I was writing, but nothing could have prepared me for the voice that came out of his mouth. I was stunned. And then he and Sombrado laid down 8 songs together, but then he started working on Sex and Religion and ended up putting that on the shelf. So then he received a call from Sombrado's girlfriend informing him that Sombrado had been killed in a bike accident, unfortunately, and he said he would have absolutely been the greatest rock lead singer you would ever want to know, and all the elements were in place, but he was gone, and I was disheartened. I put the entire project on the shelf, and I would listen to it once a year for the past 30 years, especially around the anniversary of his passing. So now he's releasing it and sharing it with his fans. So this is an interesting story and an interesting song. Dave, what did you think of this?
Yeah, I didn't realize the whole backstory. That's quite the tale. Wow, that's amazing. It definitely adds some deep color to the song.
Definitely.
As far as the song itself, it's easily the most poppy and accessible thing I think I've heard Steve ever do. His Vi album, Sex and Religion, is, well, like a lot of Vi stuff. It's a little off the beaten path. Although the goal was to see what Vi would sound like in a band setting.
Right.
That wasn't David Lee Roth or Whitesnake or anything like that, if he was leading the band. And like we said last time, it really didn't light the fire for either of us when it came out.
Right.
But this song he released, like I said, it's really poppy. And I'm really surprised he was going down that road, because he wasn't a big fan of how David Lee Roth's Skyscraper turned out. And when I hear this song, it's kind of skyscrapery, if that's a word. And I'm kind of surprised he was even musically going down that road. But here he is doing this pop rock song. It's got keyboards in it. And I'm like, wow, I didn't think he would ever do anything like that. I mean, he didn't release it for years, so that's not a surprise. But the fact he even got a bunch of songs together and was considering doing an album, I was like, wow, that's pretty surprising. So I'm really insanely curious how the rest of this album sounds.
Very curious. You know what he also did? Steve Vai put a whole bunch of his stuff up for auction at Julian's Auctions in New York City on November 12th. He put up his Ibanez Custom Gem 77 that he played on the Experience Hendrix tour that went for up to $12,000, and his stage-worn Di Fabrizio cowboy boots that he wore on the David Lee Roth tour from 1886 to 88 for up to $900. He had the Skyscraper Master Acetates from 1988 that went for up to $700. He had his custom motorcycle, the Vi-Mobile, up for $10,000, and also the 2010 Ren Custom Electric Guitar, which is the green flame guitar, that went up for $2,000. I guess, I don't know, he was just getting rid of some stuff, but this was pretty cool to look at. This stuff is pretty intense. You don't see Steve releasing too much of that stuff, but what'd you make of that?
Yeah, I see a lot more people auctioning their stuff off. You know, I think some of these folks, they just have a lot of stuff. It's sitting in storage. I think for some of them, they're like, you know, it had sentimental value to me, but now it's just taking up space. Yeah. So I'm getting rid of a lot of this stuff. I'm downsizing, so I don't have to pay the storage fees on all this anymore. Yeah. Or they're like, you know what, I could use a few bucks.
Yeah. Well, speaking of which, Dave, you know who also sold something was Alex Van Halen. Sold his modified 1955 Chevrolet Bel Air 2-door hardtop 5-speed for $110,000.
Wow.
He did this at this auction, and it's a card that he bought in 2013 from NHR champion Joe Amato. I don't know, man. This makes me wonder, does Al need cash? Perhaps that Van Halen vault might be raided after all. So this also is another crumb that ties into my theory that maybe something is going on.
I would love for you to be right.
Yeah, that's true. Well, listen, the former bassist from Quiet Riot, Chuck Wright, who played on Mental Health, the song Mental Health, he used to run the Ultimate Jam Night back in California at Lucky Strike. Now, he was on That Metal Voice, and he was talking about his new solo album, Sheltering Sky, which is on Cleopatra Records. And when they were talking to him in this interview, he discussed the night that David Lee Roth and the Eat 'em and Smile Band were going to play. And this is what he said. He said the word got out. He was the one who ran that Ultimate Jam Night. He said the word got out and the club wouldn't listen to me. They kept letting people in and they would not listen to me. I said, you guys, the fire marshal is going to come and close us down. All the guys from the Eat 'em and Smile Band, Steve Vai, Billy Sheehan, Greg Bissonette, and the late Brett Tuggle were all there. David Lee Roth shows up and he's sitting in the green room, ready to go. They're all on stage. The curtain's about to open. And the fire marshal says, you can't play. It was just heart-wrenching for me. But when those things start to go south with that particular venue, I mean, they took away a great thing from us by not listening to me. And they were thinking more about, let's get more people in, sell more booze or whatever. But they were way too many people there. We pleaded with some of them to leave, but none of them would leave. And our night, we could normally hold anywhere between 500 to 800 people, and they had over 2,000 people lined up around the building, and it's just too bad that it never went down. So I tell you, man, it's too bad that this didn't happen, and if they just found a proper venue and set up a one-off concert for one night and tape it, pay-per-view it, sell it, whatever you want to do, that would have been the move. Even if they didn't want to tour or do this and that, they could have just done one show and recorded it. That would have been amazing.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Wrapping up Van Halen news is our friend John Five, Dave, one of our former podcast guests, former guitarist for David Lee Roth. He was actually on the California Sessions album, which is currently being released single by single, as well as the DLR band. John Five, also known as John Lowry in real life, he has joined Motley Crue, Dave. He is taking over from Mick Mars, who's retiring from touring due to his AS condition. He has a spinal condition, which is a chronic inflammatory form of arthritis that has gradually impaired his movement. And Mick Mars is coming out with a solo album soon. I've been waiting for this album for 6 years, but it's weird, the whole thing with Motley Crue, because, you know, Motley Crue, they're almost saying, oh, he's sort of still in the band, but is he not in the band? It's sort of a little confusing. Maybe he's just not touring. But John Five is in Motley Crue, and John has had some ride. Let me tell you something, because John, he started with Rudy Sarzo in the short-lived band Sun King. Then he went and played with Lita Ford in the 90s. Then he played with Rob Halford from Judas Priest on his 2 solo album, which was produced by Trent Reznor. Then he played with David Lee Roth. From David Lee Roth, he went and played with Marilyn Manson. From Marilyn Manson, he went and played with Rob Zombie. And from Rob Zombie, he's now playing in Motley Crue.
He's all over the place, that guy.
It's unbelievable. And he has a whole solo career on top of that. And no one even knows this, but he co-wrote 3 songs with Motley Crue, which was their 3 original songs on the Dirt soundtrack. Interesting, huh? Interesting times. John Five and Motley Crue. I could see him fitting in there. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to him for getting such a high-profile gig.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
That's awesome. I'm sure he could play those songs with his eyes closed and one hand tied behind his back.
Oh, I'm sure.
But go for it, man. Go for it.
Yeah.
I mean, sad to see Mick go, but, you know, he's getting up there. He's had some health issues, and we certainly wish him the best.
Yeah, that's the truth. Well, that wraps up Van Halen news.
And that's the way it is. Good night.
And we are on to our whole album breakdown. Dave and I spent a lot of time and effort breaking down these 2 brand new albums that we have been waiting for. One is Sammy Hagar and the Circle's Crazy easy times. Dave and I break down the whole album along with the different bonus tracks and the different versions of the album that are out there. We go song by song. We really dissect this brand new album from Sammy Hagar. We get really deep into the weeds on that. And then, of course, we gave the same treatment to Talas' 1985, the first Talas album in I don't know how many years, but it is an exciting album. Both of these really good albums, really cool stuff here. Lots to break down and talk about. But before that happens, we gotta hit Dave over the head with a nice sack of mail that's gonna knock his Aunt Connie's socks off. So we're gonna get that going, and that's all coming up next. Take a listen.
There's a certain careening quality to the career at this point, and, you know, keeping up with that is difficult. I was in love up until about maybe 10 months ago, you know, like that. And we fell out of it. And I just said to myself, I guess, you know, when you fall out of a major love affair, that's God's way of telling you to buckle down and make a lot of money.
If you need a dose of VH, get a taste of the closest thing. Romeo Delight, the ultimate Van Halen tribute band, playing all the hits from the David Lee Roth era, first classic 6 albums, plus deep cuts, some of which have never been played live before by the band. They even throw in popular tracks from the Sammy Hagar era and solo hits. The most viewed Van Halen tribute band on YouTube, Romeo Delight, doing customized recreations of staging, instruments, and costumes from the classic Van Halen era. They even perform entire Van Halen albums in sequence. Romeo Delight plays theaters, casinos, summer indoor and outdoor festivals, and special events. They're also available for private parties. To contact them, call Bud Blanche at 215-704-5144. That's 215-704-5144. Or via email at sonicparade1@yahoo.com. Romeo Delight, the ultimate Van Halen tribute band. The long-awaited Van Halen book from legendary rock journalist Steve Rosen is here. Tone Chaser, Understanding Edward, my 26-year journey with Edward Van Halen. This is an over 400-page odyssey of Rosen's decades interviewing and being friends with the late guitar god, Eddie Van Halen. Rosen says, I spent 14 long, hard months writing Tone Chaser. It was both the most difficult story I've ever written and the most rewarding. I wanted to be honest and transparent as I possibly could, which was not always an easy thing to do. In the end, this was the most complete and comprehensive book I could have possibly written. There was nothing left to say when I reached the last page. With every word I wrote, I was reminded of the time I spent with Edward, and that hurt terribly. But it also brought back what a remarkable experience that was, and how insanely lucky I had been to have ever known him, and astonishingly to have been friends with him. I hope you can feel everything I felt. That is the purpose of this book. Pre-sales are currently going on now for this self-published book. PayPal Steve directly at scrosen@sbcglobal.net. That's scrosen@sbcglobal.net. It's $47 for those who are buying it inside the U.S., and that includes shipping. $95 for those who are buying it overseas, and that includes shipping. Tone Chaser, Understanding Edward, my 26-year journey with Edward Van Halen. Don't miss out. Order it today. Check out the new podcast, The Rock Quarry, your place to hear in-depth interviews with some of rock's most colorful characters, with your host, entertainment journalist David J. Criblay. The Rock Quarry is available for free on Spreaker and iTunes. You can check us out on Facebook at The Rock Quarry Podcast, on Twitter at Rock Quarry Pod, on Instagram at The Rock Quarry Podcast, or email us at therockquarrypodcast@gmail.com.
Hey everybody, this is Daniel Gray, art director of the new photo book Ed Buys Lowe's by Niels Lozauer, and you're listening to Dave and Dave Unchained.
Take a trip to the rock concerts of the 80s in this new full-color 300-page book, Pictures Alive, filled with never-before-seen photos. Go back and see the mighty Van Halen at their peak from 2 amazing concerts in 1982 and 1984. Plus photos from Sammy Hagar and David Lee Roth solo tours, and many other bands of the day. Filled with amazing photos, classic stories, original ticket stubs, and more. If you're a fan of Van Halen,
you will not be disappointed. Hit the ground running with Pictures Alive, the new book, now available at picturesalive.net. That's picturesalive.net. picturesalive.net. Get it today. Author Greg Renoff is back with a new book, Ted Templeman, A Platinum Producer's Life and Music. The new biography of the record producer Ted Templeman, who went on to produce Van Halen, the Doobie Brothers, Van Morrison, Aerosmith, Sammy Hagar, and more. The book, which runs $19.95, and it's currently available at Amazon.com. From the man who brought you Van Halen Rising comes Ted Templeman, A Platinum Producer's Life and Music, written by Templeman as told to Greg Renoff. Available for only $19.95 at Amazon.com. Order it today.
Need a laugh? Check out the Funny How Comedy Podcast, which focuses on upbeat conversations with legendary comedians. It's free on Spreaker and iTunes. Check us out on Facebook at Funny How Comedy Podcast, on Twitter at Funny How Podcast, on Instagram at Funny How Comedy Podcast, or email us at funnyhowcomedypodcast@gmail.com.
My biggest mentor, my greatest inspiration in music in my life was radio. I got my first radio when I was 7 years old. Got it from Uncle Dave. And first thing I did was I had a real teeny little bedroom, you know. So the radio sat on one side of it and the bed was just a few feet over from it against the other wall. So I got into bed and fixed up a long bamboo stick, taped it up to the dial so I wouldn't have to get out of bed and I could just lay in bed and dial up the radio. I knew I was perfect for rock and roll.
All right, Dave, you know what time it is.
Well, my buddy Dave, he don't want me around. He says he's tired of watching me let him down. He just wants a good mailbag. He wants only the best. But he hates disappointment better than all the rest. And he says that he thinks that I'm headed for a whole lot of trouble. Well, he thinks that I'm headed for a whole lot of trouble. Well, he thinks that I'm headed for a whole lot of trouble if I don't nail the mailbag intro.
That's right, it's mailbag time again. We got a nice mailbag for the November episode here. We're going to start with letter number 1. Dave comes all the way from London, England. Dave, can you believe that? And it's from our friend Andrew Bonamore. He says here, I still wonder if Mike was such a bad bass player, why did they include him in the band in 1974 and keep him for years ahead of the debut? Was he really that bad? Personally, I think someone like Billy Sheehan or someone like John Entwistle would have detracted from Edwards' playing. He also wanted to let us know that he said, I do agree with you on the Mike situation. I actually think that without Mike, it may not have worked. It would have lacked a certain chemistry. And I think it's different once you've established a member and then you drop a member. The ingredients are not the same. Mike was treated similar to Jason Newsted in Metallica. No voice, even if he had brought something, they wouldn't have even listened. He also said, Why Can't This Be Love reach number 3 on the Billboard charts probably helped the album get to number 1. It went top 10 in the UK, and not many of their songs were in the UK top 30, let alone the top 10. And in 2008, the Daily Telegraph named this song the 8th worst lyrics of all time. I would love for Alex or Wolf to give David Lee Roth the Van Halen music from 1986 onwards and let him come up with decent lyrics and maybe alter the melodies. One would have to lower the key of the music to suit his voice, but to me the music is excellent. However, the lyrics really drag the overall songs down, which is why, to my mind, it has sounded somewhat dated. And he said, to be different, I don't want to give myself a nickname, but he says his name, Bonamore, is good love in French, even though he's from England. That's Andrew Bonamore. Andrew, thanks so much for writing in. He actually wrote 2 letters, and I had to combine those together. So just to just start off regarding Michael Anthony. I don't think Mike is or was ever a bad bass player. I truly believe playing between Alex and Ed is not an easy job, and Mike did an incredible job regardless. He has said he always served the song. Dave mentioned that, I believe, earlier in the cast, or one of the last casts. And whether it be his bass playing or his background vocals, he was always there supporting Ed's music. There's plenty of studio work that proves all of that. So, you can't really take it away from him. And I believe Ed's bar is very high, and I personally think he wanted Michael Anthony to live at the studio and be at his beck and call, but agreed, if he was more of a showy player or even more of a technically proficient player, and even if he offered contributions, they would have been ignored. I think it also stems from splitting royalties, to be honest with you. I think that's where the bitterness is with Mike. I think the bass playing thing is a little bit of an excuse, because I think that they split the royalties on the first 5 albums and then left a bitter taste in Ed's mouth because he wrote all the stuff with David Lee Roth. Somehow he doesn't seem to mind that Alex gets his cut, but I think that Mike getting his cut really burns him. In regards to 5150, yeah, Van Halen didn't really take off in Europe. They're a very American band, which is funny because the band is created by 2 guys from overseas. But Why Can't This Be Loved has some lyrical crimes. Only Time Will Tell If We Stand the Test of Time is right up there with Wham Bam Amsterdam, in my opinion. And regarding David Lee Roth, well, listen, you can't do that exercise. I get the curiosity, but it's really disrespectful to Sam, and it's also very impossible to go back and try and make it jive. I've seen people do that, and it never really fits because it's not natural. When I mean see people do that is they take like a piece of music that an artist who's passed on has left as some sort of like leftover for off their track, and then another artist comes in and tries to make a track around it. It never works. It just never works. In regards to your last name, I love that last name, and I don't think there's a nickname that's needed. So what do you think, Dave?
I think you're right. I think like Dave going back, it's not going to work. He wasn't there from ground up. What I would be interested is hearing the early scratch demos of what they were working on for that album and what Dave was coming up with at the time. I'm sure they exist somewhere, either at 5150 or Dave's basement.
Sure. Yeah, that's true.
And I agree with you. I don't think the issue was so much that was Mike's bass playing as much as it was on a personal level, in that Ed breathed the band 24/7.
Yeah.
He expected everybody else to. His brother did. The reason why his brother's songwriting credits were never questioned is because blood is thicker than water. That's the reason why.
Right.
I mean, there was some interview or something out there where Ed said that more or less. And I mean, that's just the way it was, right or wrong. I mean, what can I tell you? If Ed had taken, I think it was Ted Templeman's advice from day one and said, don't split up the royalties evenly.
Right.
Whoever writes the songs gets the songwriting credit, then there probably would be less issues. And finally, regarding whether Billy Sheehan would have been a good fit for the band or not, and whether he's too busy, I don't know, because he seemed to make it work in Mr. Big. And none of the guitarists who were ever in Mr. Big were slouch guitarists, and they seemed to make it work just fine. I mean, granted, there were no Van Halen, but still, everyone was technically proficient, and they were able to make songs without getting in anybody's way.
The difference is, though, that was his band. So he was the Eddie of that band. And not that he was playing guitar, Paul Gilbert was, but he built the machine around him. So, you have to realize, like, if he were to enter into Van Halen, he's entering during the Alex and Eddie zone. And the question is, what would Van Halen's music be like if you had Eddie and Alex with Billy? I mean, don't get me wrong, Billy's my favorite bass player out there, for sure. He is the best. However, think about Van Halen's music. Does that warrant itself in that music, or does Mike's sort of bass glue mixed with background vocals fit better? That's the question, because it's more along those lines. And the bottom line is they were kids when they signed that deal, when they made that decision. They were literal kids. So it's part of mistakes that you make. They rectified it. Maybe it wasn't handled the right way it should have been. There's animosity. Listen, you have to realize everybody here's a human being. So they all have feelings and leftover bitterness, and there's all kinds of stuff because a band is like a marriage, and it becomes like, who's not picking up the slack, I mean.
Yeah, I know. Well, they weren't exactly kids. I mean, they were young adults.
Well,
but to your point, they had
young.
no clue how big the band was going to be or even how the music industry worked. I think the proof is that Mike could not have been that bad, because he lasted all the way through Balance and half of Van Halen 3. So really, how bad was he?
Right.
He couldn't have been that bad. And honestly, he certainly wasn't hard to work with, because by everyone's account, he was the nicest guy on the face of the planet.
Exactly. Have you ever heard of anybody else complaining about Michael Anthony? Like, if he's good enough to play with Joe Satriani, and he's good enough to play with Sammy Hagar all these years and all that stuff like that, I don't, listen, I think there's just personal stuff there. I think when you're Muhammad on top of the mountain, it's very easy to talk down to those underneath you.
Yeah. And by the way, I do have a soft spot in my heart for the lyric, "Only time will tell."
Really?
If we stand... Yeah. I know it's goofy.
Yeah.
I don't know what... And believe me, I'll be the first one to point out Sam's lyrical crimes any day of the week. But I don't know what it is about that one. I don't think it's his most atrocious lyrical crime. I don't know. I don't think it's as horrible as some other people do. I just heard it brought up on the radio the other day, actually, about that line. So it's just one of the things Sam's never going to live down.
Well, what is the personal tie here? Did you get your first hand job to that fucking song? Or what?
You don't remember? You were the one who gave it to me.
Oh, touche. However, that would be funny, though we didn't know each other in 1986. So how dare you, sir?
All right, on to the next letter.
Letter number 2 comes from Matt Monroe from Canada. We're all over the map. We go from London to Canada, and he says, "Hey now, Dave and Dave, I've been listening to you for years, and I love the podcast. A little background on me. I'm 38 years old, and I discovered Van Halen during a time period between the best of Volume 1 and Van Halen 3. So I kind of heard all the eras at once, and I really don't have a favorite lineup. Having said that, I'm a die-hard Van Halen 3 fan, and I love that album despite all the hate that it gets. I think Eddie's heart and soul are all over it, and I think that Gary brought a lot of stuff out of Ed that, for better or worse, we may never have heard otherwise once. How many say year to the day, etc. Anyways, you said on the last episode that you thought Eddie didn't want Sammy playing guitar on stage anymore by the time the band was touring behind for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge. I'm curious why you think that to be the case. I thought it was so badass that Sammy was playing lead on Love Walks In from Live Without a Net. As a kid, I couldn't believe the balls on this guy to play on an Eddie Van Halen solo right next to Eddie on stage. I think you even said that it was better than the studio version on 5150. I suspect that Sammy couldn't be bothered to play guitar on stage. So who do you think was instigating that during the Van Hagar era, Ed or Sam? Keep up the great work, guys. Matt Monroe in Canada. Well, Matt, thank you so much for writing us all the way from Canada. I actually visited Canada this summer and had a wonderful time with my family. In addressing that, listen, what an interesting time to enter the Van Halen fold, Matt, that's for sure. Kudos to you for liking Van Halen 3. Don't Let the Bastards Get You Down for sure. I know a lot of people don't like that album, but I think there's some stuff on there to really check out. In regards to Sam's guitar playing on stage, I think it was a combination of Ed wanting to be the only guy on stage playing guitar and also Sam's increasing laziness in Van Halen. Plus, it also comes at a time when the band started to get frustrated with Sam. The honeymoon was over, the love affair was getting stale and starting to turn. I do love that live version of Love Walks In on Live Without a Net for sure. I think that is a superior version, and not that Sam's guitar is better than Ed's. There's just something about the moment of the way that's played. I don't know. There's something about it that I really enjoy. What do you think, Dave?
That's a really good question about whether Sam didn't want to play or not, because Sam never really thought of himself as a great guitar player. And he always gave Eddie props, saying, that's why Sam barely played any guitar on any of the studio albums. So I never thought about it that way before, but I wonder if Sam was like, you know what, I can't be bothered playing guitar anymore. I mean, I always thought it was Ed was just getting tired of bouncing back and forth between keys and guitar, and he just wanted to play guitar. So eventually they just had them play playing in the background. But I do think they should have kept it up because Sam always shorts himself as a guitar player.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a live show. So I really think they should be playing it live and they shouldn't have pre-recorded anything. So I would have liked to have seen Sam contribute more guitar to the band. I think that really could have been an asset, and they totally did not pursue that as much as they should have.
And I'll tell you this, it is addressed in the Unleashed MTV special from 1986. They do a little segment where Ed says, oh, it's great to have Sam in the band because it allows me to then go up and play keyboards and Sam can jam on it. And then they also got to jam together where they were playing guitar together. On that 1986 tour, they did that guitar duel and they were playing kind of harmoniously together. They were playing, I think it was One Way to Rock they played together too, where they both kind of do that kind of soloing together. It's kind of neat.
Right.
Yeah, that was really fun. And I also believe it's in the Rolling Stone article from 1986 where Ed said having Sam in the band being a full musician. Now, Dave plays guitar and Dave plays piano, but not to the level of Sam playing guitar. So Sam could really fucking play guitar. Now, is he Ed? No one's Ed. But he said in that article that it has made the band more musical. It has made the band more like, it wasn't like the band and then the lead singer. They felt like it was more of a band, it was more of a gelling because he had a sense from a musician's perspective. He wasn't just some cocky lead singer type of thing. Yeah.
Until he was. Right? It was all a harmonious band thing. He was a musician, and it was all great until it wasn't.
Yeah. If you read through the lines and you read all the books and do the research, after the OU812 tour, they were a little like, what the fuck? Because think about how much time was between those albums. Now, in today's day and age, those years is not that much time between albums for a band. It's almost like commonplace. But back then, that was like an eternity. To have no album in 89, no album in 90, and then come out halfway through 91, that's like a really long time for a band.
Unless you're Def Leppard.
Unless you're Def Leppard, but, let's be honest, they had some struggles. Rick had his accident. They toured extensively for Pyromania. They wanted to really, establish the band's huge success, and they took a long time, and they redid the album. So remember, they did that album with Jim Steinman, and then they threw it all out and restarted with Mutt Lange. You remember this?
I forgot about that.
Okay, yeah, they did that. So that's why there's 4 years between look, the drummer lost his arm, for Christ's sake, and they had to rebuild a whole drum set there's a lot that went down, and the extensive touring too. So lots of different things, there, but listen, they at least have an excuse, and then they also came back with an even bigger album. So you can't really fault them. It's rare for a band to have double diamond albums back to back like that. Yeah, it's really wild. Anyway, on to letter number 3, and that comes from Tim Shankweiler from Pennsylvania. And he says here, hey guys, love the podcast. I've been listening for the past few years. I just wanted to share this with you. I do not have a social media of any kind other than YouTube. I don't know if you've seen this before or not, but I wanted to share it with you, and it's pretty interesting. Thanks for all you guys do. And he sent us a link to this woman by the name of Marianne Toubeau, who is a traveling nurse, and she was a nurse for Eddie Van Halen from September to November in 2018. She did an interview on this podcast, and she seemed like a very respectable lady who cared for Ed, made him a priority in her life, and she talked about how she would drop things and rearrange things to make sure to accommodate his schedule, and he promised to get her tickets when he was in Michigan, where she was from, and they exchanged information, and it seemed like they talked about on the podcast, and I want to bring this up. They talked about that as if that tour was the kitchen sink tour, which was not going to be the kitchen sink tour. It was supposed to be the stadium tour with Van Halen. Now, think about this, by the way. That stadium tour that Van Halen was going to do in 2019 that we've talked about in the past, okay? We've talked about that before. When they were going to reunite with Mike and all this, that concept, I think, was then rerouted and reused for Def Leppard and Motley Crue, because none of those bands were playing stadium stadiums. What Van Halen was going to do, they weren't playing stadiums on their own. They were going to go into the stadiums with other well-known bands. Not exactly like a Monsters of Rock situation, a little less than that. It wouldn't be like an all-day and all-night event, but it would be like maybe like a triple bill or like what the Stadium Tour did this summer with Poison, Motley Crue, and Def Leppard and Joan Jett. And it ended up being used in the summer of 22. So that was all abandoned because of Ed's health, of course. You know, he had the motorcycle accident and his cancer spread and it got crazy. But again, that was not going to be the Kitchen Sink Tour with Gary and Sammy. And for Christ's sake, Sammy was never in the conversation. But anyway, this woman seemed like a very, very nice lady. She went through how she would come in and how she would treat Ed. Now, this is when Ed was not like on his last legs or anything, or he wasn't in bad shape. I mean, he wasn't great, but they were still treating him. He was doing a lot of blood work. She said she'd be there for like a couple hours or whatever, do her blood work or whatever she had to do, and then she'd leave, you know, and she would have to, I guess, file the test results to the doctor so the doctors could monitor Ed's health. And she said he was very busy and very friendly and very sweet. And the interesting thing, and it was really cute, she's probably in her 50s. She didn't say her age, but it was around there. So she was from the era that, you know, Van Halen was from, and she was a fan, and she was so respectful that she withheld the fact that she was a fan until the last day, and she filed her paperwork, and then she turned to Ed and said, I just need to tell you that I'm a really big fan. It would be okay if I got a picture. I mean, you want to talk about respectful. And he was like, wow, I was wondering when you were going to ask me that. So that was, I thought, really cool. She seemed like a really nice lady, just like the perfect nurse to have for Ed, and she seemed to really like him, and they got along very well. She said he was very talkative and very friendly to her. What did you think of that, Dave?
Very nice for her to share her experience with Ed. It's definitely a unique perspective. I thought she did say her age. Maybe for some reason I felt like I was doing the math in my head when I was listening to that podcast, and I figured out how old she was.
I think it was like late 50s.
I think you're right. I think she is in her 50s. So not that it matters.
Yeah.
But it was definitely different, for sure. So kudos
yeah.
to the guy. I don't know how he landed that or figuring that out, but that was an interesting aspect of Ed's life that you don't hear about.
That's true. Letter number 4 comes from Terrence Dugan. He says, Dear Big Mac Dave and Quarter Pounder Dave. I
prefer the Royale with cheese.
The Royale with cheese, Dave. To be honest with you, I think that is supposed to be Burger King. If I remember from Pulp Fiction, he says, you know what they call a Whopper? What is it? Is it?
No. It was Quarter Pounder because the whole point was they only have the metric system
Oh, you're
in
right.
Europe.
I'm sorry.
So how
that's
they
right.
Know what a quarter pounder
at the
is.
end.
That's why they call it
you're
the
right.
Royale.
I'm dead wrong.
Jeez.
He says, what do they call a Whopper? And he goes, I don't know. I didn't go to Burger King. That's what it was. Right. So
Right.
A Royale with cheese. And Big Mac is Le Big Mac. That's right. Okay. About the 40, 46, 47 million while I was in the band thing that Sammy said in Rolling Stone, I think he's just being clever. I think he means the 5 albums he sang on, plus the Dave albums that were sold between 86 and 1995. True? Probably. Disingenuous? Likely. Rock on, Terrence Dugan. Terrence Dugan, who is now rivaling Eric Torbeck for Perfect Letter Writer, because that was a perfect soundbite right there. So, Terrence, that's a great question that you brought it up. I think you're right, Terrence. I think he's counting the Dave sales. I think that 46, 47 million might be all the Van Halen sales within the time period he was there, whether he was on the albums or not. He's counting.
No way. His ego does not allow him to think like that.
But
I really think he
go
thinks with his time in the band and just his albums, maybe he's including the greatest hits. Although you did shoot me down on the last episode for that.
Because it's half and half.
He is including it. But I'm telling you, he thinks he sold 40 to 47 million albums just the Van Hagar era. He's not sitting there thinking, well, if I include the Dave albums that we sold while I was in the band, that counts too. No, this is Sammy math, first of all. No way. No way he's thinking like that. Really? I'm telling you, he honestly thinks he sold 40-plus million albums of Van Hagar era with the band. He wakes up in the morning and goes, yep, 40 million. And then he wakes up the next morning and goes, yep, 47 million. And then he's going to wake up the next morning and go, 50 million. And then, it's going to be 100 gazillion by the end of the year.
Well, I tell you, I would love to ask him that question because either every album he made with them is a diamond status or like 5150 like is double diamond or like however you want to slice the pie. I got to be honest with you. When I looked at some of the numbers, I was surprised to see how much Balance sold. I think Balance sold something like 4 million or something like that. I was surprised to see that.
No, I hear you. And I'm sure that the numbers are higher since they were last certified platinum.
Yeah.
And there are some international sales, which are not nearly as big as U.S. sales, but you have to include them. And like I said, last time I did some very rough math, and it came out to about 30 million. So his time with the band isn't inconsequential. It is significant. But, when you start inflating numbers like that, and then you start saying things like, we had number one hits, when you never had a number one hit.
That's crazy.
It's like, Sam, you got to stop rewriting history. You were a big band.
Yeah.
But you weren't as big as you're saying you were. It's right up there with him saying, in 84, I was as big as a tour draw as Van Halen was.
Oh.
And Sam, no, you weren't.
Oh, please.
You were not.
It would not
anyway,
even close.
At best, Sam is stretching the truth. At worst, he's flat out lying. But I think he honestly believes he sold that with the band. But
I think you're right.
I
But
just love to
will
go
give him this.
one-on-one with him and go, hey, where are you getting these numbers from?
I will give him this, though. His time in the band. The band, compared to the years with Dave, the early years with Dave, definitely made more money with Sam financially. So, and that's
yeah, but you know what? You know who says that? Sam says that.
No, but
Sam says that. Sam's always the ones that said, before I came into this band with Ed Loeffler, these guys weren't making anything.
Well, apparently that's true. And also, Michael Anthony said, hey, when I was in the band with Dave, I had 2 cars. With Sammy, I had 10.
Well, and you know what? And everybody who ever talks about Ed Loeffler talks about what a great manager he was.
Right.
So maybe he did bring more money to the table. I'm not saying he didn't. I mean, look, if you don't sell as much and you're making more money, well, somebody's doing something right.
Yeah, but Dave, what no one counts, okay, is he walked in at the top of the mountain. Do you understand?
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah. No, when he's always like, it's a brand new band. Sam, it's a band that just got off their biggest album of their career and one of the biggest albums of the year, which would eventually go diamond. It's not like you guys were some club band. No, I hear you.
Sam's like the second wife who comes in after the husband made all his money and after the first wife was there from like when he was in poverty and squalor. That's what it's like.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Letter number 5 comes from Connor Burton, and he says, at 40 seconds on As Is, David Lee Roth growls and screeches, but doesn't it sound like a young Dave? Seems suspect, although I love hearing his signature Rothisms back in the mix. On David Lee Roth's Last Call, on A Little Ain't Enough, the guitar intro sounds like Walk This Way by Aerosmith. You guys agree? I understand early Van Halen played that song at a wet t-shirt contest from what I remember reading in Greg Renoff's amazing Van Halen Rising. Is David Lee Roth paying tribute legally? Connor Burton. Okay, Connor. Well, we're going to play this Yelp from As Is. It's 40 seconds in, and here it is. That is definitely a David Lee Roth Yelp for sure. Now, would they sample an old Dave Yelp? I don't think so. They're not that type of band to do that. I don't know if Ed would be cool with that either.
Yeah, I don't think they did that.
No.
I mean, did they auto-tune the Yelp?
Could.
Probably.
Could.
Probably.
But Dave has like a party trick with those Yelps. Like he knows how to do all those little things for sure. And that's number 1. Last Call on A Little Ain't Enough. In fact, Dave and I, when we did the Little Ain't Enough special, which was last year, which I believe was the 30th anniversary, we talked about this. And Dave brought up that this song sounds like Walk This Way. Here's a clip of Walk This Way.
Backstory lover, always hiding beneath the covers, still I talk to you, my daddy will say. Said you ain't seen nothing till you down on the muffin, then you're sure to be changing your ways. I met cheerleader, was a real young beat, all times I can reminisce. All the best things of loving with a sister and a cousin, only started with a little kiss like this.
Now here's a clip of Last Call.
Long child lover was a real one, but she talked a complete old fantasy. Cause the next best thing wasn't nothing much, and the next best thing was me. Well, working on approval, so I got her on the rocks, and I put her on the tip of my tongue. I said, don't get smart with an angel back, you ain't the girl next door, and we ain't done.
Now, for sure, the verses have a similar structure. That's for sure. Walk This Way, it has that shuffle kind of rapping vibe, but the guitar riff is not exactly the same, but it's in that vein, for sure. Because, Walk This Way is the most well-known guitar riffs in history. It's like, so this is similar, for sure. It's almost like one of those commercials where they try to get near the song, but they don't do it because they don't want to get copyright infringement, so they kind of do something similar to it. What do you think, Dave?
I agree. Like, we did discuss it.
Yeah.
It's definitely close. There's definitely a similarity, which is one of our criticisms with the entire A Little Ain't Enough album.
Yep.
It's a good album.
Yeah.
But you get deja vu
quite
a few times on quite a few songs listening to that album.
Yeah, you remember we talked about Black Velvet being ripped off, Alana Miles' song. Remember that with Tell the Truth? Remember that?
Right. And then we also talked about, there was a Creedence song for Sensible Shoes.
Oh, yeah.
We said it sounded like, like Born on the Bayou.
Yeah, Born on the Bayou. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's true. Letter number 6 comes from Eric Torbeck, the perfect letter writer from New Jersey. And he says, "What's up, guys? Amazing how much news we get each month. Anyway, it appears a different kind of truth has been recently removed from Spotify, and it is the only Van Halen album that has been removed. Any ideas why? P.S. The Easter egg from last episode was Bottoms Up from the 2012 tour. Admittedly, Reunion Dave struggled with that one vocally." Now, yes, I'm going to answer the Easter egg thing first, but my question to you, Mr. Torbeck, is you got it right. It's Bottoms Up from the 2012 tour, and I will give it to you. The question is, where from? But I'll answer that.
My God.
I'm kidding. No, he got it. I'm just going to tell everybody where it's from. So it's San Jose, California, June 5th, 2012. I'm just breaking his balls. So getting to the question. Yes, Dave and I knew this, and we mentioned it in the news. Now, here's the thing. Very often, this is a contract lapse. So when you have an album that gets put on a service like Spotify, like iTunes, there is a contract that gets set up with that service. There is a time limit that you sign up for. Now, if somebody lets it lapse and they don't re-sign that contract or whatever, for example, A Different Kind of Truth is now over 10 years old, right? Okay? So now that contract might have lapsed. And notice, it's both off iTunes and Spotify at the same time. And those are two different companies completely. But it's interesting that the contract might have ran out and someone's not following up on that, which just goes to show you how no one is guarding the Van Halen legacy at all. Because, I mean, the fact that they could just let that wipe off Spotify and iTunes is insane, especially in the world that we live in, where that's where mainly people are getting their music from. Now, of course, people can get on YouTube where they can buy the CD or the vinyl. However, it's key to have that album on there. Or there's another thing that's possible. Very often when it gets removed, and I'll tell you an example of this in a minute, is when they want to do a reissue. Okay, so if they want to reissue that album, they'll take it out and make it disappear for a while. Then they'll come out with the reissue with bonus tracks and stuff like that. Now, we all know the chances of that happening are slim to none. I mean, could it be happening? It could, in theory, but it does seem like it would be kind of strange. Also considering that Wolfie said that there wasn't like a lot of bonus tracks left over or anything. So, that's kind of which way it can go. The interesting thing about A Different Kind of Truth is that was an album that was on Interscope at the time, and now Interscope is absorbed into some other company, like all these other labels that you don't even know where they are anymore, like Geffen's absorbed by Universal or whoever the fuck. It's all kind of crazy, but it's usually one of those two things. Most likely, someone forgot to renew the contract, and that means Irving Azoff. Maybe his office wasn't paying attention to it. I'm sure it'll reappear, but I think that's the case. What do you think, Dave?
It's just sad that their last studio album, which was a good quality album, is not available on any streaming services, which is how a lot of people listen to music these days. It's the same thing with the DLR Band album. Another quality album that hasn't been streaming for a long time, if ever. I don't even know.
I don't think it's ever been streaming. It was on iTunes. I don't know what happened with that. Remember that disappeared. disappeared.
So it just amazes me. I mean, to not have an album on a streaming service, it's like criminal. Who's watching the barn? The horses are out of the gates and the chickens are running the ranch, and it's unbelievable. It's like nobody's watching anything.
It's a perfect sign that, like, oh, wow, if you're going to let that happen, like, you know, like, obviously no one's watching. So that's the case for that for sure. But the thing with Dave is, with his album, there's a difference here. Number one, Dave's album was recorded and owned by Dave. So the only one who can move the needle on that is Dave, because there's no, like, record company who owns that. It's Dave. What was that records or whatever. So you can understand how the DLR Band album got lost in the sauce, because it's like, you know, it was an independent album that Dave was making himself. We proved that when we spoke to Brian Young. I mean, he was saying like Dave was like literally, you know, pressing the CDs himself. I mean, it was ridiculous. And he had a distribution deal. But here, this is different. This was on a label. They had Irving Azoff as their manager at the time. Like, this is definitely like something that slipped through the cracks, for sure. Letter number 7 comes from Devon Miller, Dave, the lead guitarist in Standing Hampton. And he says here, on your last episode, the post-credits tag at the end of the Live Right Here, Right Now video, I believe that man you are seeing at the clip is the director, Mitchell Sinaway. And that is his three-legged dog. And then he also said, if you look at the opening clip with him introducing the video and then watch the post-credit scenes, it looks like the same guy. I worked in the video production industry for 20 years myself, and I believe this is a little Easter egg that he put on the end of the video. Kind of like his calling card, or maybe his dog passed away around the time of producing this video, and he put it on there as a tribute to his beloved pet. Devon Miller, lead guitarist of Standing Hampton. Well, Devon, that very well could be. I think your analysis is definitely pretty on point, and I'm going to go with that. It makes the most sense. What do you think, Dave?
I got nothing better, so we're going to go for that for now, and we'll see what kind of feeding frenzy we get over the next few months, like we did over the lyrics of what Dave versus Sammy are singing. Or, you know, at the beginning of Hot for Teacher, is Al playing that, or is he not? Is it Ed's car? So we'll see what other information we get. I'm going to go with that one for now, for sure.
Okay. Letter number 8 also comes from Devon Miller, lead guitarist of Standing Hampton, and he says, on the last mailbag, I heard a debate on whether Ed played the main riff on Jump once, or did he loop it? How much more difficult that might be to loop on a computer and to just play the whole song. Well, another big factor to remember is that when Jump was recorded in 1983, it was not being recorded on a computer. It was recorded directly to tape. There may have been some automation built into the mixer, and I'm sure there was some sort of time code syncing used to lock the machines together, but in order to loop the keyboard track, he would have had to either cut and splice the tape together or bounce the track back and forth from one tape to another, each time degrading the audio by a generation. Considering Eddie overheated 3 keyboards while he was writing the song, I think it was way easier and less time consuming to just play the song all the way through than it would be to try and loop the part. Devon Miller, lead guitarist of Standing Hampton. Well, Devon, I think you're right again. I agree with you. Ed was never lazy. He would always work until he got it to his liking. Plus, your point about the no computers makes total sense, Dave. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I'd be willing to bet he played it through the whole way.
Yeah. Letter number 9, believe it or not, also comes from Devon Miller, lead guitarist of Standing Hampton. He was in a writing frenzy, and he was going for the Triple Crown here. And he said, not to beat a dead horse, but this video popped up on my YouTube feed this week, and I wanted to share it with you. It has a pretty good analysis of the intro to Hot for Teacher. The creator was able to rip the separate tracks of the song from the Van Halen Guitar Hero game, which uses the original tracks from the songs. Creator plays each track separately so you can hear the kick drum versus the Simmons tom-toms and the rototoms that Alex was using on his kit at the time. Whether the Simmons sound was a stock sound in the drum or whether it was sampled from a real Harley muffler, I can't say for sure, but I think this split track analysis does validate the theory that the whole intro is Alex playing this on drums. You can also hear Alex playing this sound at the end of his solo on the Live Without a Net video, starting about 3 minutes and 43 seconds. Here's a clip. Plus, up until recently, I always thought Dave was singing full fashion top down on Panama. Stirring the pot yet again, Devon Miller, lead guitarist of Standing Hampton. Wow, Devon Miller going crazy here with Letters, God bless him, Standing Hampton. Go check out that band. In regards to Hot for Teacher, I believe this should be the definitive end of this conversation. Here's a clip I want to play of this guy breaking this down so we can end this discussion once and for all that we've beat to death. Here's a clip.
The four bass drums confusion probably came from the fact that Simmons' toms could be tuned to sound like a bass drum. The Herta introduction is simply Alex playing on the Simmons pad with his arms, not his feet, as EMC Productions suggests. I searched the internet to see if there's anyone else talking about this intro, and found a lot of people saying Eddie's car was recorded for the intro. This can be easily disproven because Eddie's Lamborghini was recorded for the breakdown of Panama, not Hot for Teacher. Another reason why this is wrong is because Alex's intro was written to sound like an idling shovelhead engine Harley, not a car. EMC Productions actually mentions this, so at least he didn't fall for the myth. Here I have the multi-track recording for Hot for Teacher, ripped from the Guitar Hero games. As you can see, we have a bass drum track up here, and a tom track. The rest is snare and overheads, but we'll get to that later. I'll slow them down so you can hear what's going on. The song starts with the Simmons drum pad, being played with his hands, as I mentioned earlier. I'll slow that down. Next comes the double bass, but being played by his feet. Here's that isolated. This goes up throughout the entire song. Lastly, the rototom enters. This is where EMC Productions gets it all wrong. Because of the tones of the bass drum and the toms, they really muddle together when played as one track. EMC transcribed the intro to feature the Hertas going throughout the entire intro, but that's not what's happening. When the rototoms enter, you can hear the electronic drum simplify because he's playing them both at the same time, meaning the rototom with his left hand and the electronic drum with his right. I'll slow that down so you can hear it. This means that the intro is entirely possible to play at once, which I am in the belief that Alex did. The next level of the speculation around the intro is if Alex recorded it separately from the rest of the track. Check this out. I'll play the isolated bass drum transition from the intro into the actual song. I'll unmute the rest of the track so you can hear it. As you can hear, it's pretty seamless. I know that it's possible that it could have been spliced after the fact, but I have a strong feeling that he played it all at once in the final take. There's so much myth surrounding Van Halen, and I don't really expect EMC Productions to know all of those myths, especially when the guys in the band contribute to the myths and speculation just by joking around or just misremembering the history. It takes a real nerd to figure out if you can trust what you can hear and read about the band. So that's why I made the video. I hope this helped anyone trying to learn the intro, and I hope you found it interesting.
I think this guy's got it pretty spot on, Dave. What do you think?
Oh, I agree. After I watched that, I was like, that's the best argument to date.
Yeah.
He really laid it out. He really geeked it out. Admittedly, he said something to the effect of, like, you know, you got to be a drum geek or musician geek to appreciate it. And he really did. And I think he laid out the best case that Alex played this I think that's it. I think it's like drop the mic. That's the end of the conversation.
Yeah,
I totally agree with you.
Okay. Judge Judy has now declared that the end of the conversation. And so now letter number 10 comes from Southeast Nice Guy Kurt Lawnco. Is that correct, Dave? Lawnco?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Very
great.
good.
Oh, finally got it. A while back, I plugged my show, The Retro Zest Podcast, in 1 or 2 letters to you. The two of you began to joke about how I love those plugs. So in my subsequent letters to you, I decided to take it down a notch and not mention the show at all. However, even though in my last 3 or 4 letters, look at them, I intentionally did not mention the Retro Zest, you guys continue to talk about how I love those plugs. Regarding your continued use of the word plug, to quote a famous Spaniard in the legendary 1987 film, you keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means, especially when I stop doing it. Haha. I'm just busting your chops. It's all good. You know I love you guys. Anyway, that being said, I am going to plug my show, the Retro Zest Podcast, in this letter because I just released an episode which I think the two of you will enjoy because it's relevant to Sammy, Dave, and Van Halen. And this is his episode with Jesse Harms, which is episode number 120. So you guys can check that out. And that's from Southeast Nice Guy Kurt Lawnco. So that's out there. You guys check that out at the Retro Zest Podcast, retrozest.com/EP120. So I want to make sure to get that plug very crystal clear. That's the Retro Zest Podcast from Southeast Nice Guy Kurt Lawnco.
Did you say the Retro Zest Podcast?
Yes, you know the Retro Zest Podcast?
Just having some fun.
No, I'm happy to give him a plug.
But actually, that interview with Jesse Harms is pretty good.
Yeah.
So I do, in all seriousness,
Yeah.
I do recommend our listeners to check that out. It's worth your time.
Yeah, and the reason I all joke around, and that's fine, and Southeast Nice Guy Kurt, he's a very nice guy. He's been very good to Dave and I. I always see his posts on Facebook plugging his podcast, which is great. That's what he should do. But he's very focused on it, and he does a lot of promoting of it, which is what he's supposed to do, which is fine.
Absolutely.
Which is
That
fine.
guy does a podcast the way you should be doing a podcast.
Yeah,
absolutely.
He works hard on it, and I'm happy to plug his podcast. I have no problem with that. I also love saying, because he loves those plugs. That's all my fault, by the way. It has nothing to do with Dave.
No, that's right. It just morphed into that. So
yeah, it just became a thing.
And Kurt, he gets the plugs. So
hey, listen.
So why not?
Why
but
not?
Yeah, in all seriousness, it's a good quality podcast.
Yeah.
You should definitely check it out, listen to it, especially episode 120. It's really good stuff.
Definitely check it out. Letter number 11 comes from Paul Martin Woods, Dave, and he says, yes, the mighty Van Halen did blow the lethargic Black Sabbath off the stage in 1978 because I was there. Friday, June 2nd, 1978 in Oxford. New theater from the side of the stage, edge side. I stood 15 to 20 feet away from something I'd never heard, seen, or experienced before. Pure energy, exuberance, and emotion. Life-changing, and meeting Edward led to a connection that I will cherish forever. During the mailbag segment, you mentioned Gary singing A Little Flat on Dreams. Then you played a clip of Nina Farrow singing at the Simon Hosford show, and I think you're missing something. You have to see this. Skid Row's new singer Eric Gronwall absolutely smashes Dreams. This is the best Dreams cover I've ever seen. It gave me chills. And that's from Paul Martin Woods. Now here's a clip of Eric Gronwall, the new lead singer of Skid Row, singing Dreams.
So baby, dry your eyes, save all the tears you've cried. Oh, that's what dreams are made of. Oh, baby, we belong in a world that must be strong. Oh, that's what dreams are made of.
Yes, Eric Grunwald from Skid Row, by the way, this guy is unbelievable. So just to give you a little background, Dave, because I know you're not following Skid Row so closely. So Skid Row obviously had Sebastian Bach all those years. They had a big fight with Sebastian, and they kicked him out of the band. Then they had Johnny Solinger, who has since passed away. He was in the band for a while. Then they went through some turbulence. They had this other singer for like 6 months, and then they got another singer, I think his name is ZP or something like that, and he was from like Dragon Force. And then they had him for many years and recorded 2 albums with him, and they were about to release the third, and they threw him out of the band and wiped his vocals. And then hired this kid. When I mean a kid, he's young. He's like 34. The guys in Skid Row are like 20 years older than that. They're like 55, 56, something like that. Eric Ronwell, and he's from overseas. I believe he's European. And the funny thing is, you ready for this, Dave? They hired him as the lead singer of Skid Row before they even met him.
Wow.
They hired him over via Zoom or like from just seeing clips and stuff like that. But I have to tell you, this guy can sing. And the funny thing is, you look at him, he's like a skinny blink of a guy, but this guy's voice he reminds me of Arnell from Journey. Like, Arnell is he's this like handsome, small Filipino guy, and he's like small guy, and he's got this monstrous voice, and you're like, how does that big voice come out of that little man? But that's what it was amazing about Arnell. Like, he had this, holy crap, he really makes Journey sound like Journey. And Eric Ronwall does that for Skid Row. He sings those old Sebastian songs, and he makes it sound like Skid Row. He has that big fucking Sebastian sound. Now, he doesn't have Sebastian's, look and vibe and whole kind of lead singer thing, but that's okay. But he really is killing it, and that new Skid Row album is really good, and he's fantastic. And he was like on one of those contests overseas, like an American Idol overseas or something like that. I think that's where that's from. But unbelievable. I totally agree with you there for sure. But have you heard of this guy, Dave?
No, I haven't. In fact, I feel like I've been working with Eddie Trunk for the past 5 minutes while you've been describing this whole Skid Row scenario.
Oh, touche.
So well done. But I did listen to the cover of Dreams, and he did knock that out of the park.
Yeah,
so
no.
The guy can definitely sing.
Yeah, for sure. Letter number 12, Dave, comes from Melbourne, Australia. Wow, we are all over the map this time, and it comes from a man by the name of Stuart Wade. And he says here, do you think Eddie gets a lot of unnecessary hate lately? To me, it seems like he is painted as the bad guy these days. He seems to get a lot of grief over Mikey, but Dave, Al, and Sammy never did anything to stop Mikey's contributions from being lessened either. So why is it all on Ed? I find it hard to accept that someone who donates guitars to schools, has multiple charity causes, and picked up Jason Becker's medical bills can be a bad guy. Maybe people are listening to Sammy too much. I mean, really, why do people put so much faith in what this guy says? Didn't he claim to be abducted by aliens? Just saying. The second point is around the band's name Van Halen. I strongly disagree that they should have changed it with Sammy or even originally called the band Mammoth. If they had officially renamed it to Van Hagar, then don't you feel Roth might have tried to take the Van Halen name with him during the 90s or even in the 2000s? And once Van Halen reformed with Dave, don't you feel Sammy would be doing everything he could to take the Van Hagar name? The last thing we need for Van Halen fans is to deal with what Rat and LA Guns have gone through. Just my thoughts. Keep up the great work, Stuart Wade. Well, Stuart, that's a very well-written letter, and I appreciate that interesting topic for sure. So now, in terms of this, I hear what you're saying. I hate that Rat, LA Guns, I'm going to add Great White situation. And the reason he's talking about that, just to clarify, at one point there were like 2 different versions of Rat, 2 different versions of LA Guns, 2 different versions of Great White. And it's a horrible situation when there's multiple versions of the band, like Jack Russell's Great White and all things like that. The difference here is Van Halen was Ed and Al's name, so it wasn't going anywhere, for sure. I mean, that makes all the difference in the world. My feeling is Van Halen with David Lee Roth was different from the Van Halen with Sammy. They are 2 different bands, therefore they should have 2 different names in my own personal opinion. However, it doesn't matter because people are going to call the Sammy version Van Hagar anyway, including Sam, who even calls it that. Now, the weird part about this is, would Dave go off and steal the Van Halen? I don't think he legally could, especially with it being Eddie and Al's last name. Would Sam run off and do Van Hagar, I don't know if he would do that either, because to be honest with you, Sammy wants his name up front in lights fully. So that's for sure. In regards to hate for Ed, to be honest, I think his death has washed away a lot of that hate. He got away with a lot in many ways, but I do think he was a good guy. I think Ed was a nice guy, and he was a charitable guy, and he was a kind guy, but he did have another side when the alcohol came into play, and that's not strictly with just Ed. Anybody who's in that situation and deals with that disease, many people have dealt with that situation, is that their personality is getting exasperated in a different direction that is other than their actual personality. But for most part, people did say that Ed is a nice guy, kind guy, friendly guy, sweet guy, kind of shy in a way. I just think the Mikey thing, we talked about it earlier in the mailbag, I really think it came down to an uncomfortable business decision. So what do you think, Dave?
I thought it's interesting, his idea that if the band hadn't been named Van Halen, would the other lead singers try and swipe the name because it wasn't the last name of the other two band members? Yeah. And I'm like, wow, maybe.
You think so?
I mean, yeah. Dave, if they had renamed the band Van Hagar, and then they go back with Dave and they're Van Halen, I could totally see Sam buying them out for the rights to that name, especially with the tequila money. I could definitely see him touring behind that. Are you kidding me? No, because he knows the values in the name. It's not Sammy Hagar Van Halen now. Mm-hmm. It's Van Hagar.
Right.
I mean, I'm almost shocked he's not doing it now, because it probably doesn't have the same cachet as if that was really the band's name. But that's interesting. That would cause a bit of a cluster where they're going back and forth. Now you've got multiple versions of the band, and it's like, yeah, it's a hot mess. Wow, my head hurts just thinking about it. And I don't like what ifs to begin with, but that's really very interesting. And the other thing, why is it all on Ed? Does Ed get a bad rap? I think Ed does get a bad rap in part, but then again, in all fairness, it was Ed's band, and the decision rested with him. If you thought Al had more pull than Ed, no way. Did he have a lot of influence into Ed? Sure, he did, but it was Ed's band. I mean, Mike certainly didn't have any power.
No.
And Dave and Sam probably had less so as time went on.
I'll tell you one thing that Dave did say on this subject. He was infuriated in himself. Listen, people make decisions and business moves, and then they look back and they get mad at what they did. Dave apparently said, this is during his promotion of Inc., the original, okay? He said that he was infuriated, that he spent so many years and time pouring into a brand name that he had no ownership of. That killed him. Like, it really, really killed him, because he was, number one, the one who suggested to name the band Van Halen, number one. Number two, he did a lot of branding with the band in terms of creating kind of the vibe and the perspective and all this different kind of outlook and the press and the PR and the album covers, like things like that, like, and the videos, like the image he was he was really cultivating it and cultivating all the press that he did. Like, he created that whole image. When you say the words Van Halen, like, Dave kind of created that image. I'm not talking about the music Ed did. I'm talking about the kind of the party image and the whole
band's public persona.
Yeah, the band's public persona. And I think he spent a lot of time and effort doing that. And the fact that he walked away with nothing. And if you remember in this conversation that we had on this podcast, he was going to sue the band for like his rights or name or portion or something like that. And Warner Brothers stopped him. And that's when I said that they were trying to keep everybody under the same umbrella and everybody happy. Because like I said, it's very rare that when a band breaks up with a lead singer, that the lead singer stays at the same record company. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that. They always leave and go someplace else, and they get themselves like a big deal someplace else. Vince Neil did that when Motley Crue kicked him out. That was a whole thing. He went running over to Warner Brothers and signed up with them and got a multi-album deal and, all that kinds of shit. It was crazy. That was nuts. But Warner Brothers kept Dave at bay and said, we'll take care of you. We'll handle it. And they never handled it. So I don't know what happened. And then I know other bands, for example, where the band member leaves and they still have stake in the band. So they still get a cut. And that's also going on very closely right now with Motley Crue, with the departure of Mick Mars and John 5 going in there. We talked about that in the news a little bit, but there's a little bit of that going on there. Like, oh, is Mick like just not going to tour with the band and he's still getting a cut of the pie? Because he's an original member. And he wrote all those guitar riffs. He's a monstrous part of that sound. Talk about an underrated player. Mick motherfucking Mars. That guy is Motley Crue. Everybody talk about Tommy Lee and his big fucking cock and all the bullshit that goes on. Mick Mars is the sound of Motley Crue. But anyway, on to letter number 13, and it comes from Jeff Cottray. And he says, "They're another great podcast. I would download this podcast just for the mailbag and the news. They're so entertaining. I love the length of the show as well. Not trying to be a jerk here, but has anyone ever told you that you sound like Philip J. Fry from Futurama at times? Anyway, keep up the great job, Jeff Cottray." I think he's talking about me. So here's a clip of Philip J. Fry from Futurama.
We called it first. Besides, this place kind of feels like a bee, you know? Why don't you just set up like a billion video cameras in the woods and see if he walks by one? Back in my day, we didn't have your fancy all-digital weapons, but we still managed to kill each other just fine. I feel like I was mauled by Jesus. Leela, I think you're missing the big picture. When you were a kid, what was your biggest fantasy?
I don't know. I don't see it, but it's me. So you tell me, Dave. Do you think I sound like Philip J. Fry? Do you even know who that is?
No, I had to go back and look, actually, because I was never a big Futurama fan.
Right.
So I think there's a slight resemblance, but I wouldn't confuse the two of you. Let me put it to you.
Okay, all right. Well, letter number 14 comes from Steve Oostike from Dorr, Michigan. Really interesting. Oostike.
He hands it to you on a silver
I know, and I'm an ass. I apologize. Well, here's the thing. This is a really interesting letter. He says here, "You've said in a few episodes that you guys aren't musicians. Dave M., a couple of years ago in episode number 52, after some pressure from Dave C. to come up with a mailbag intro, you said you couldn't sing. Then in episode number 54, you gave us the whiskey mailbag intro that has been part of each episode since. Kudos for singing that. Anyone with guts to sing for an audience, whether live or on a recording, deserves respect, except for Yoko Ono. I am a musician, and I'd like to give back by helping non-musicians, and I thought now might be a good time to offer some free assistance to fix up your intro a bit. And I've made a new version, which has just me on guitar and vocals, not extracted from the Van Halen recording. The lyrics are modified slightly from yours so that the phrasing and the melody would fit better. Okay, I modified them a lot. I really hope you don't mind. I'd be honored if you would review it. There's an MP3 attached, and you're absolutely free to use it if you like. I love you guys and have listened since episode 1, and I thank you for this podcast. All the best, Steve Oostike from Dorr, Michigan." Well, here is Steve's new mailbag intro.
Dave and Dave's mailbag is big and round. Dave says he's tired, can't lift it off the ground. He wants a light bag, likes those the best. And he likes the short mail better than the rest. He said, well, I think that you're headed for a whole lot of letters. Well, I think that you're headed for a whole lot of letters. Well, I think that you're headed for a boatload of letters. And letter number 1 comes from...
Dave, this is your call because you did the original. What do you think of this?
Done. It's in. Don't even have to think about it. Thank you. That was awesome.
Yes.
It's the new mailbag intro.
Wow.
Done. Now nobody has to listen to my horrible off-key warbling.
Okay. Well, let me tell you something. It was really nice of him to do that, to put that together. Steve, thank you. First of all, it sounded fantastic. Really well professionally done. I am absolutely honored to use it. That will debut in the December episode. So we've already obviously used Dave's here for the intro to this mailbag. And Dave has now decreed that he is stepping down from the mailbag. Hey, remember when I used to ask you to come up with something different every time and you were losing your mind? You were like,
I know, and I remember the one time I had nothing, and you were like the disappointed parent, and then I was like, man, I better step up my game before George Michael realizes he can go solo.
Oh no, stop it with the George Michael.
So that's why I bumped it up a notch and did the intro.
Yeah.
But this is much better, so we're rolling with
this.
Thank
I'm
you,
excited
Steve.
that a fan would take the time and effort to do that, and that's really
I know,
nice.
isn't that so nice? That's like unbelievable.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Now we come to Dave's favorite part of the night, the last letter number 15, but I don't know if this is going to be your favorite, Dave. I gotta be honest, because you know who's coming down the pike.
Look, up in the sky, it's a bird. It's a plane.
It's Midwest fucking Ron. That's right, it's Midwest fucking Ron, and boy, is he coming after you. In the September mailbag, Dave M. guesses that the 5150 album wasn't released until after the start of the tour. His memory is faulty. They started a tour only twice before the associated album came out. Women and Children First, 7 days before the album. Best of Both Worlds, 39 days before the album. Now, here's the complete list. Van Halen 1 was released in February 10th, 1978. Tour started March 3rd, 1978, 21 days later. Van Halen 2 released on March 23rd, 1979. The tour started March 23rd, 1979, 2 days later. Women and Children First released March 26, 1980. The tour started March 19th, 1980, 7 days earlier. Fair Warning released April 29th, 1981. The tour started May 12th, 1981, 13 days later. Diver Down released April 14th, 1982. The tour started July 14th, 1982, 91 days later. 1984 was released January 9th, 1984, and the tour started January 18th, 1984, 9 days later. 5150 was released March 24th, 1986, and the tour started March 27th, 1986, 3 days later. OU812 was released May 20th, 1988. The tour started May 27th, 1988, 7 days later. For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge, released June 17th, 1991. The tour started August 16th, 1991, 60 days later. Live Right Here, Right Now was released February 23rd, 1993. The tour started March 30th, 1993, 35 days later. Balance was released January 24th, 1995. Tour started March 11th, 1995, 46 days later. Van Halen 3 was released March 17th, 1998, and the tour started April 10th, 1998, 24 days later. The Best of Both Worlds was released July 20th, 2004. Tour started June 11th, 2004, 39 days later. Different Kind of Truth was released February 7th, 2012. The tour started February 18th, 2012, 11 days later. And finally, Tokyo Dome Live Concert was released March 31st, 2015, and the tour started July 5th, 2015, 96 days later. Midwest fucking Ron. And let me tell you something. Dave, this letter is very telling that you have fallen back on your payments because Ron is clearly not receiving his checks. He's angry as hell and he is lashing out at you. I have never seen him put you in his crosshairs. He is tearing you a new one. You better run! You better hide! You better leave from my side! And what do you have to say for yourself? Perhaps the tide is turning.
Well, I was wrong. I was just flat out wrong. So thank you, Ron, for correcting me. It looks like I was off by about 4 days, I think. First of all, that analysis you did, Ron, was amazing.
Unbelievable.
Holy cow.
Unbelievable.
Although I could have sworn when you were reading off Van Halen 2, Dave, I thought you said the same exact day the album was released and the tour was started.
Okay, let me reread it. Let me reread it. Van Halen 2, March 23rd, 1979. Oh, I think he made a mistake because I didn't type this.
So right. So I think there was a typo there, but either way, It doesn't matter because I was wrong. Ron, thank you for pointing it out. We don't always get it right. I really appreciate you making sure we get the facts right. And, we don't jump off on any crazy conspiracy theories where we just keep saying things over and over again, hoping people will believe us.
Listen to this.
Asking the people we interview again and again, and they either politely say, no, I never heard that, or they flat out disagree with us, but we just go and ask the next person we interview in the hopes that maybe one day one of us will agree with our cockeyed conspiracy theory. But I digress. Anyway, I was wrong. Thank you for pointing it out, Ron. We'll try and get it right next time.
By the way, I am going to now brand Cockeyed Conspiracy Theory as a band name. I think that's phenomenal. Cockeyed Conspiracy Theory.
I'll totally give you all the money for that. Because, that's a good call.
We call it CCT. CCT. Ladies and gentlemen, Cockeyed Conspiracy Theory.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Oh, my God. Well, Dave's got his spanking.
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
And there it is. And that wraps up the mailbag segment. And we are on to our incredible breakdown analysis of these two masterful albums that we've been waiting for. Sammy Hagar The Circle's Crazy Times. We do a track-by-track analysis of the album, as well as Talas' 1985, the last and final Talas album, featuring the late Phil Naro on vocals and, of course, Billy Sheehan on bass, and it is a phenomenal album. We're going to get all into it track by track. We break it all down. We put the two together because these are two albums we've been waiting for a long time. They came out at the same time, and Dave and I did a real full analysis on this, and that is all coming up next. Take a listen.
Listen how I talk. Where do you think I learned this kind of rhythm? I have a surgically implanted disco beat, man. It's like I got it from radio. My whole life is on 78 RPM, which coincidentally was what those first batch of records I got were.
Pick up the new coffee table-sized book, The Decade That Rocked, by legendary rock photographer Mark Weiss. This 376-page book has hundreds and hundreds of full-color photos that Weiss shot through the 80s for magazines like Circus, Faces, and Hit Parader, featuring bands like Van Halen, Motley Crue, Twisted Sister, Bon Jovi, Skid Row, Guns N' Roses, Ozzy Osbourne, and more. There's even behind-the-scenes stories to go with these colorful, eye-popping pictures. The Decade That Rocked, a new book by rock photographer Mark Weiss, is available for purchase now. Go to thedecadethatrocked.com, where there are exclusive bundles available with extra prints, t-shirts, and even patches. Inquire about the Van Halen bundle, especially made for Dave and Dave Unchained listeners. Order today. The Decade That Rocked. It'll rock your world. Hello, loyal listeners. Wanted to let you know about our new Patreon. If you like what we do and you have the means, drop us a donation to keep the podcast going. Go to patreon.com/DD Unchained. That's patreon.com/DDUNCHAINED. Any size contributions are greatly appreciated. We have special packages to those who donate $45 or more. You'll get the Unchained package. Trust me, it's worth it. Contribute $65 or more and you can get the Romeo Delight package, which is Unchained plus more. $95 or more scores you the Top Jimmy package, which is the kitchen sink. If you're a Van Halen hardcore and listen to this cast, this is stuff you'll appreciate. It's ear candy. Those who want one of the packages simply email ddunchainedpodcast@gmail.com. That's ddunchainedpodcast@gmail.com to make arrangements. What is understood need not be discussed. Pick up the new book Eruption: Conversations with Eddie Van Halen by Brad Tolinski and Chris Gill.
These music journalists share with fans new and old alike a candid, compulsively readable, and definitive oral history of the most influential rock guitarist since Jimi Hendrix. It is based on more than 50 hours of unreleased interviews they recorded with Eddie Van Halen over the years, most of them conducted at the legendary 5150 studios at Ed's home in Los Angeles. The heart of Eruption is drawn from these intimate and wide-ranging talks, as well as conversations with family, friends, and colleagues. In addition to discussing his greatest triumphs as a groundbreaking musician, including an unprecedented dive into Van Halen's masterpiece 1984, the book also takes an unflinching look at Edward's early struggles as a young Dutch immigrant unable to speak the English language, which resulted in lifelong issues with social anxiety and substance abuse. Eruption, Conversations with Eddie Van Halen, also examines his brilliance, who changed the face of guitar manufacturing. Eruption, Conversations with Eddie Van Halen. Get your copy today on Amazon.com.
Hey, this is John 5, and you're listening to Dave and Dave Unchained.
If you would like to send us a letter asking a question or making a statement or whatever you'd like to say, you can send it to ddunchainedpodcast@gmail.com.
Martin Popoff here. Hope you're enjoying this latest episode of Dave and Dave Unchained, the wise swamis on all things VH. Just wanted to remind you that at martinpopoff.com, I've got 2 Van Halen books that I wrote. One is Van Halen, a visual biography, which is basically a big hardcover coffee table book, 400 images, 20,000 word detailed timeline. And the other one is called Unchained, a Van Halen user manual. It's the sort of 120,000 word, very academic, a lot of crazy chapters, a lot of trivia, wordy book that I did on Van Halen. So yes, go to martinpopoff.com. I sign and ship those out of my office here in Toronto. There's PayPal buttons for the US, international, and Canada. Again, Van Halen, a visual biography, and Unchained, a Van Halen user manual. Back to Dave and Dave.
Hey folks, I'd like to introduce you to the Classic Rock Album by Album podcast. Welcome to the Classic Rock Album by Album podcast, where no stone is left unturned in the show's epic quest to review and dissect every single rock album ever made. Join self-proclaimed rock authorities Chris Carson and Lee Bowie on their epic journey to uncover the true classics. You can find the Classic Rock Album by Album podcast wherever podcasts can be found, including Spotify, Stitcher, Apple Podcasts, and Google Podcasts. Our website address is classicrockalbumbyalbum.libsyn.com. That's LIBSYN.com. And we can be reached on Facebook at fb.me/Classic Rock Album by Album. See you soon from the Classic Rock Album by Album podcast.
I'm the guy next to you on the turnpike, on the freeway, you know, the one who's playing the air guitar, you know, and doing the air drums, you know, and carrying on with us, sing the chorus, and I'm the 3 chicks in the background going shoop, shoop, and the trombone player, and on and on and on. Look at me already. Even as I talk about it, I start to get flare up, you know.
Well, it's been a long wait, but these 2 albums have finally dropped. Sammy Hagar and The Circle's Crazy Times, as well as Talas' 1985. We've been waiting for these 2 albums for a long, long time, and it's fantastic that they both released at the same time, or at least almost at the same time, about a week apart. And Dave and I are here to discuss them. We've been waiting for them, so we want to get into them. And we're going to start with the Sammy album, which has come out in different forms here. Just your overall take, Dave. What was your initial impression of Crazy Times?
So you're going to say it like that during the whole...
I will not. I'll stop. I'm gonna put it to bed right now. I'm going to put it to bed right now.
No, I think you should keep it up.
Oh, you want me to keep it up? Okay.
Yeah. So interestingly, I thought the album was pretty good. Lyrically, I think it's one of his stronger albums.
Yeah.
Which I realize isn't saying much.
Yeah.
But I think he really put the effort into it. As we get into it, it's not a party album.
No.
It's not a happy-go-lucky album. It is really reflective of the pandemic and how he feels about it. It's self-reflective. I won't say it's a departure because the album's rocking, but he really put some work into it. It's not throwaway, and I was pretty impressed, actually. It was better than I thought it was going to be.
I actually feel the very same way. I was really kind of like, where is this going? I wasn't really sure with the single releases, but I have to tell you, and I don't know if you feel the same, but you tell me, listening to it in the context of an album, I think made a big difference. I think it really flows very well as an album, and I really felt that it's pretty tight, and the band sounds tremendous. I mean, they really sound well-oiled, and they are definitely locked in together. So the band sounds tremendous. You don't hear Sammy so incredibly forward in the mix, too, right? Like, he's sort of like with the band. I know they recorded it sort of in a more live format, but they're not like overpowering the vocals. It definitely has that band sound.
Yeah, his vocals are not rising above the band.
No, it's not like they're so in your face, right?
And I do agree with you that hearing the songs in the context of the album is a better listening experience. And when you hear the other songs on the album, you're like, oh, okay, I see what he's getting at. And it just makes for curious selections on the songs they picked as singles. I guess the songs they picked as singles were at least what they thought were like a little more accessible, and you really didn't have to think about it, which is interesting for a Sammy Hagar album. It wasn't like a one-and-done album where you're like, all right, I know what he's doing here.
Right.
All right, I'm done. I really had to go back and listen to them a few times, which is not typical for a Sammy album. Not for me, anyway.
Right. Usually it's a one and done. You kind of get it, and that's the thing. I, too, listened to this multiple times. More layering than normal with this album.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think it really lends itself to repeat listening because I think it really kind of flows and sounds much better even as the third and fourth time you're listening to it. So it really has a nice flavor. So Crazy Times, produced by Dave Cobb, who also plays guitar on the album. Okay, so he plays guitar throughout the album. Now, I was reading that Sammy didn't play any guitar on the album, but the credits say he plays lead and rhythm guitar.
Right, and I saw the same thing, so I think he did play some guitar on it. But Dave Cobb definitely plays some guitar on almost the entire album, I think, except for one song.
Right, absolutely. So now it was recorded at the historic RCA Studio A in Nashville, Tennessee. Now this, believe it or not, is the Circle's fourth release. Remember, they started with a live album, At Your Service, back in 2015. Then they came out with their first studio album, which was Space Between in 2019. Then they did the Lockdown 2020 album, which came out in early 2021, which mostly had covers. And now Crazy Times, which is technically their second studio album. But it really does show the gelling of the band. The band is very tight. They sound fantastic. The beautiful part of this album is you can hear everyone. So you can hear Mike, you can hear Jason, you can hear Vic. Everybody is well represented. Although I have to say, there is not a lot of Michael Anthony background vocals on this album. Don't you find that?
Well, we'll get to that.
Okay,
I think
right.
it's done in a certain way. I actually was going to say the mix is pretty good. It's definitely a rock album.
Yeah.
But I won't say Mike is buried in the mix, but I don't think he's as up front. Like, I hear him, but I don't hear much of any standout playing from him. And I think that's also a function of his playing. He's never been a flashy player.
No.
He plays for the song.
Yeah.
But I know I've heard other albums where he tends to stand out more. This is not one of them. Although it's not like, oh, you ate one too bad.
No.
Or anything
No.
like that.
No.
It's just a little more setback.
Yeah, exactly. So now the cover is interesting. It's a busy scene of what Sam said was Times Square. But although it looks a little different than Times Square, I don't even know what era Times Square this would be considered. It looks more modern, I guess. However,
Yeah, I guess it's like Times Square-esque.
yeah,
you know?
it's Times Square-esque. And if you look in the crowd, Sammy's sort of like a Where's Waldo. He's sort of like right in the center there holding up a sign saying crazy times. But the interesting thing is he's wearing nothing but a bathing suit, which at 75 years old...
That's not his body.
Are you sure?
No, Dave, come on now.
I don't know. I mean, look,
I'm pretty sure no disrespect to Sam, he looks great for his age, but I'm going to go on a limb and say he doesn't look that good.
Okay. It's all black and white with the exception of a messenger on a bike kind of passing through, which is on fire, which I guess is a symbol of the times, meaning like, although everything is busy and crazy, obviously there's a flame coming through everything in the sense that, times are that crazy. So, although it's busy, it's also crazy, and the cover is very busy. You could stare at it for a long time. There's lots to look at there. And if you look to your left, up in the left-hand corner, you can see the band in one of the billboards, and that's really from the video Crazy Times. It's like a clip. It's sort of weird that they kind of put it up there. This came out in many different formats. So you have the CD from Target, which has 2 bonus tracks, which are 2120 and Father Time Acoustic. Now, we talked about on the last episode the Walmart version, which has the 10 songs, which ends the album with Childhood End. It doesn't have 2120 or the Father Time Acoustic, but it does have a bonus disc of greatest hits. Now, the bonus disc, which is 10 songs, I Can't Drive 55, Heavy Metal, Your Love Is Driving Me Crazy, There's Only One Way to Rock, Mas Tequila, I'll Fall in Love Again, 3 Lockbox, Eagles Fly, Babies on Fire, and Give to Live. So, yeah, there's that, and it's all studio. It's all the original recordings, which Dave and I were a little surprised that we thought it might have been live versions. We thought it might have been re-recorded versions, because I would imagine they must have had to make a deal with Geffen in order to pull that off. And I'm not even sure who owns Mas Tequila, because I don't think he was on Geffen for Mas Tequila, right? I mean, that's sort of,
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I
so
think
interesting how that all worked out, but I guess some sort of deal must have been worked out. Now, the vinyl, I don't think has 2120 or Father Time Acoustic, and the iTunes has everything. Not the greatest hits, but it has the 2 bonus tracks, and Spotify has the 2 bonus tracks. So,
as does YouTube Music. So I'm pretty sure for streaming purposes, the 2 bonus tracks were there.
Yeah, that's the thing. So my whole thing is, this is the thing that drives me nuts. The Father Time Acoustic, I understand it is a typical bonus track because it's an acoustic version of a song that's already on the album. But 2120, is it on the album or is not on the album? That kind of drives me a little nuts, because why would you leave something like that off? We'll get to that when we talk about that song.
Right. I was going to say, we'll get to that when we get towards the end of the album.
So let's get to the album. We'll kick it off. It starts with an intro called The Beginning of the End. And I have to say, like I said, I was already trepidatious going into this album, and this sort of like threw me off a little bit, because I was like, I thought it was a little unnecessary. It sets the wrong tone for the album, to be honest, because the album is way more rockin' than this. This is sort of an acoustic intro. It has a segment of the song from the last song, which is Childhood End, and it starts doing that whole refrain acoustically. And that's a little confusing. I guess Sam started trying to do like a bookend type of thing, but I don't know if it necessarily works. It seems a little misplaced and kind of weak. The liner notes cite that this was recorded separate from the album. So this was not even in the recording sessions for the albums. And here's a clip.
It's not where you're going, it's not where you've been, with or without, nor within. It's not what you thought or what you've been told about growing up, not growing old. It's not what you think, it's more what you feel. What's in your heart, is it real? It's not where you're going, not where you've been, my friend. It's childhood's end.
What did you make of this intro, Dave? I was a little confused by it.
Well, this is a concept album by Sam.
Everything is a concept album with Sam.
Well, I was going to say, this is the second concept album he's done with The Circle.
I know.
I mean, it's not like a strict concept. It's kind of like...
I called it a concept in Sam's mind.
Well, let me put it to you this way. The album has common themes.
Yeah.
So that's the concept.
That's true.
So he starts off with an intro.
Right.
Which, as you point out, you'll get deja vu later on, because by the time we get to a song later on in the album, you'll hear a refrain.
Right.
That goes back to it. But I guess it's just a nice acoustic intro to the rest of the album. And you may be sitting there thinking, is this going to be the whole album now? You know, is this going to be like Van Halen 3, where it starts with an acoustic intro and this is what we're getting? Not that Van Halen 3 was entirely acoustic either, because it wasn't. But I think it's just easing into the album slowly, like lyrically letting you know where he's going. And then, you know, right after this acoustic intro, boom, he's off into Electric Ladyland with Slow Drain.
Right, that's what I want to say. So now, here's the next song, Slow Drain. Here's a clip. This, in my opinion, is an album opener because it has that sort of like swampy blues romp. It reminds me of sort of like an old Badlands song. This is something fresh. It's also something new we haven't heard from The Circle. Everybody is firing on all cylinders here. Sammy worked really hard on the lyrics. Like Dave said earlier, you could tell the mix is strong, the bass is thick, the drums are pounding. There's a nice guitar work from Vic. Dave, what did you think of this song?
So first of all, I love your Badlands reference because great band. I actually thought it had a Neil Young vibe to it.
That could be too, yeah.
I think we're going to get into the same place. Has a great riff.
Yep.
This is a very electric song.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely starts the album off on a strong foot.
Yep.
I say Neil Young, but there's really like no real guitar solo in the song to speak of. It's really riff driven, but it works. And, you know, we were talking about Michael Anthony's background vocals, and in this song is an example of how his background vocals are used throughout the album. Not throughout the whole album, but certainly more than once. His background vocals are there, but they're almost in the background as opposed to harmony vocals. They're almost ethereal in the mix. Like sometimes you'll hear phased guitar in some of these songs. It's almost like the vocals are phased vocals. They work well, and Mike's high pitch works well for that kind of background vocal, but that's how they are a lot of times. It's ethereal. They're not necessarily in your face, but it works well for the song.
Yeah.
So this song was one of 3 that was written by the whole band, including Dave Cobb. So, and you'll notice that the co-writing credits for the entire band tend to be the really rocking songs.
Yes.
Not sure why that is. I'm sure that's not a coincidence.
Well, I have a theory on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. We'll get to it.
Okay. But anyway, yes, great way to start off the album. One of the longer songs on the album, but Sam starts off strong.
Right. Absolutely. And I want to say that when I heard this, it really perked my ears up, and I was like, oh, wait. I like this. I want to see where this is headed. Now I'm getting a little more encouraged. So I was like, okay, this is good. This is good. So we get to the third song, which is Feed Your Head. And here's a clip of that. Now, this is an all-out rocker with a driving rhythm. The band is tight and sounds amazing. They are really, really cooking here. Again, everybody can be heard clearly, like I said. Sam's vocals are really strong. Hard to believe he could sing like this at 75 years old. I don't hear any background vocals from Michael Anthony that are really, really strong coming through. It could use some beefing up, but my God, Jason Bonham is all over this song, and there's a really sweet solo from Vic I want to point out right here. This was a really good tune. I'm getting even more encouraged as I'm getting into the album, so I'm getting like, oh, wow, I really like this. Well, what did you think of Feed Your Head?
I will say Vic is very solid on this album.
Yep.
He's got some really good solos there, really great contributor, and underrated by many people.
Yes,
but
I don't like the way some people talk about Vic. It bothers me.
Yeah, but but I could tell you could see why Sam has stuck with him.
Oh, yeah.
For it's 25 years or something like that? I mean, it's been a
long time. He wasn't letting go of Vic, I tell you that much.
No. But definitely, you're right. Another decent rocking song.
Yep.
The lyric there is feed your head.
Yep.
Your head is dead.
Right.
I was almost like, oh, Sam, don't
He's
blow
like,
it.
I love
Don't
the
blow
color
it.
red.
Don't blow it, Sam. But it wasn't horrible. I get what he's saying with that lyric, and it's just a common theme throughout the album that, like this song, we've been stuck inside, and you can't just take things at face value, and you got to think.
Yep, and
it was
think. Yeah,
and,
it wasn't
Sam even has an Allentown reference.
Yep.
In the song, I was really waiting for the Wham Bam Amsterdam.
Right, yes, and it was not there yet.
Finding. Like I said, he really spent the time on the lyrics. You may think that rhyming feed your head with your head is dead is a little too easy.
Right, yeah.
But if that's like the worst thing on the album,
yeah.
I mean, Sam's doing all right.
Right, but it works. It does work. And like I said, when I first heard that, I was getting a little Amsterdam vibe, but it definitely works lyrically in the song, in the context. And I want to also say the next song, which is Pump It Up, which is the cover of the Elvis Costello song, I really enjoyed in the context of this album. It works very well. It comes at the perfect time of the record, and I'll explain about another song that does the same thing. But this was cited as a single. As a single, it was fine. I had no problem with it. I actually love the song, and I think I like that this is a more rocking version of the song, because the song is a rocking song that on the original doesn't really rock all that hard. But this version is more electrified, it's more energized than the original one from Elvis Costello. It gives the song some extra punch. Sammy does a nice job with it, as well as the band. I think this is a nice addition to the album, and I don't know if it needed to be a single, but in the context of the album, I think it works very, very well. Here's a clip of Pump It Up. Dave, what did you think of Pump It Up being right here in this point of the album?
It works well in the album. I agree with you there. And it's definitely a little more pumped up in terms of a cover of the original song. The guitar work without the organ in the original definitely gives it a little more oomph. I mean, it's a decent cover, but that's what it is. It's just a decent cover.
It's pretty straight ahead, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty straight ahead. It's not like I was sitting there going, like, wow, this was like, you really got me, where Van Halen almost took the song away from the Kinks. It's not like that. It's a decent cover. It works in the album, and that's that.
It just adds a little color. It's a little lighter break, and it's kind of fun. Now, we're getting to the fifth song, which is Be Still. This is slowing things down just a little bit, and here's a clip of that.
I'm still my mother's son. Still proud of my father's last name. Still got scars from when I was young, and I still feel the same. But if I could stop time, no fast forward, no rewind, just give myself
Sam takes things down a bit here. This is not a ballad, but more of a singer-songwriter tune. It almost has a taste of the Americana album he was going to make. Here's my theory that I was hinting to before. I think this song, as well as Father Time and that portion of Childhood End, were all part of that Americana album Sam was going to make, and I think Dave Cobb picked the best of those songs and peppered them in on this album. That's
my God, you almost read my mind.
Wow, dude. Wow. Great minds.
I got to tell you, because I was going to say, I think those 3 songs were part of the Americana thing.
Yes.
He's almost got a John Mellencamp.
Oh my God. The next line I was going to say was, this sounds like a John Mellencamp song.
And there you go. That's why we do a podcast
That's right.
together.
But I swear to God, the next line I was going to say is, this sounds like a John Mellencamp song. It's very self-reflective. It's really well-structured, poignant lyrics with quality melody. It works very well, and it's placed nicely in the order of the album. This album is well sequenced. It has a nice flow to it because it comes at the right point and gives you little lily pads of pause in between all the different stuff. This could be a single. It has that commercial quality to it. It definitely is a nice song. Although, I have to say, Dave, there's something about this song that reminds me that I've heard it from Sam before. I don't know why. I feel like I've heard him sing it before. I don't know why I would think that. And I was looking around. Did I see it on a bootleg, or did he play it at Cabo or something? But I couldn't find anything. But for something in the back of my mind, it's like, didn't I hear Sam sing this before? But I don't know what it is. But I think this is a good song. What do you think of this song? You like it?
Yes, I do. He might have done it in a live show before, because I think there's at least 1 or 2 of these songs that he's performed live in previous years before.
Yeah.
But this song, he actually shares a co-writing credit with a gentleman named Mike Tamburino. That was his only co-songwriting credit on the album. The song is somewhat autobiographical.
Yeah, definitely.
Kind of, sort of.
Has a little taste of that, yeah.
Yeah, it's at least relatable to Sam. It is sequenced nicely in the album.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like a chill kind of song.
Yep.
Slows down, somewhat acoustic.
Yeah.
Not entirely. I do agree with you. I think the album is pretty well sequenced until we get to the end, which is not the end, but we'll wait to the end till we talk about that.
Yeah.
But this is another strong song from Sam.
Yeah.
And also, lyrically, it's not necessarily a negative, oh, this is how we're dealing with the pandemic. I think it's just reflective of where he is in his life.
I think so. I mean, the man's turning 75 years old. I think that's a really big time to reflect, and I can understand.
Well, he'll really drive that home later on.
Oh, yeah. Album. Oh, big time. And absolutely. So the next tune, which is number 6, You Get What You Pay For. Okay, so now this one, he has played live in concert before. We have heard, I think we've even played a clip of it on the podcast. This is a barn burner of a track, really strong rock and roll vibe, really fun. Sam's putting a real effort into the lyrics on this one. I really, really love the mid-song, low to high burst. I think that's really cool. It's a total fun album track. I would have gone with this one as a lead single, to be honest with you. Though, again, very little Michael Anthony background vocals, but I think this could have been a lead single that would have been better than Crazy Times. Here's a clip of You Get What You Pay For. So, Dave, what do you think of this one?
I think it's definitely a rocker off the album.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's any better or any worse than, like, say, Crazy Times.
I thought it was, like, more radio-friendly, though.
Yeah, I guess I could see that. Yeah, I think it's a little more accessible. I don't know if it's going to go on, like, my top Sammy Hagar playlist of all time or anything like that. But, again, it does work well on the album. I'm surprised to hear you say it's lyrically really good, because he had one line in there where he says, get your ass in designer jeans, and that was one of those times where I'm like, oh, Sam, don't blow it. Don't blow it, Sam.
It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. I mean, I give him a little leeway. I'm not going to be all over him.
But again, if that was the worst he was doing lyrically on the album, then, for Sam, This is like a 9 out of 10 for this guy.
9 on a 10 scale.
Well played, sir. Wow, I walked right into that.
That's right. You walked right into that one. So number 7 is the title track, Crazy Times. And here's a clip of that. Well, Crazy Times comes about mid-album, or a little lower than that. The song works better in the context of the album, much like Pump It Up. I think it packs a wallop musically because its pacing brings a nice sense of urgency to the album. The song definitely captures the element of tension that currently exists in our society today. Again, I'm gonna bring up a little lack of Michael Anthony background vocals, but this song is growing on me. Sam does well lyrically here. There's a strange credit, though, in the album liner notes that I want to note. It says a guy by the name of Dan Ballard is doing both additional lead and background vocals. So that makes me scratch my head. First of all, what is he doing lead vocals and background vocals? Like, why wouldn't Mike be doing background vocals? So I don't know what that's all about, but I just wanted to note this. But I have to say, Crazy Times is definitely growing on me more than when it came out as a single. What do you think of this one?
Well, I wouldn't say it's growing on me anymore, but I will say it definitely is probably the song that has Michael Anthony's bass in the forefront more than any other song.
Yeah, it sets a tone.
Because you hear it right away, and it's really up in the mix and contributes it. Again, it's one of the more rocking songs on the album. It's written by the whole band, including Dave Cobb, whereas most of the songs on this album were just written by Sam. It's a decent title track for the album, because a lot of albums you get to the title track and you're like, oh wow, this is the song the album was named after? I don't understand why, because it's one of the worst songs on the album. That's not the case with Crazy Times. It's rocking, and lyrically it definitely represents where the album is going. You mentioned the lack of Mike's background vocals. I will say this is another example of what I call his ethereal background vocals in the mix. They're there, they're way in the back. Again, they have like that phased sound, so they're not harmony, but they're definitely background. To me, it was like they made a conscientious effort to do that, which is interesting because Sam has been saying when he talks about this album that, oh, well, we called up Ted Templeman to find out how he did the background vocals with Mike. And I'm sitting here going, okay, that's great, but I don't think you listened to what he said or you didn't try and replicate, because I'm really not hearing that Van Halen background vocal sound on this album, which is okay. I'm not saying it's a Van Halen album. But don't go around saying, hey, we called Ted to get that background vocal sound when you're not even using it on the album.
Some part of me wonders if it's just another Van Halen reference. But here's the thing. That sweet Michael Anthony blending into Sam's voice sound that is very prevalent on all these Van Hagar albums, right? I don't hear that anywhere on this album. I really don't.
No, I don't either. Yes,
no, it's not.
I mean, once in a little bit.
A little
but
bit.
You really got to hear it.
Yeah,
you really got to focus.
Maybe towards the end of the album here and there, but it's not something that is a go-to for sure, and that's definitely the case. So I don't really understand what he's talking about with that, and why he would bother Ted, or what the story is, or who knows. That's a little
It just seems like a wasted opportunity when you've got Michael Anthony in your band.
Absolutely,
and why you would not utilize him.
I know. It's a little strange, and I don't know if it's because the songs are a little darker and they're not as sunshiny that Mike would normally come through on. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Could be.
That's true.
Number 8, which is Funky Feng Shui. This song is fun and kind of punky in a way. It's got a nice crunch and swing to it. Here's a clip.
Funky thing. Hey!
Now, we talked about this before because this, again, was released as a single. This is another example where I don't know if it should have been a single, but I think it works well in the context of the album. It gives you like a little bit of a lighter moose-boosh here, and it moves you through the album. You just had two heavy rockers, and they're coming in with like a little fun punky thing, kind of like the way Pump It Up came after Slow Drain and Feed Your Head. The sequencing of the album makes this song even better. I still will say I prefer the funky feng shui vibe that he was dealing with on the Lockdown 2020 album. That kind of funky thing that he does there. I'm not crazy about that. I think it's a little lazy and I prefer the original, but it doesn't work for me. But that's okay. I think I'm going to give him a pass on that. I think the song is good. I think the band sounds tremendous. Jason Bonham was working overtime here with some really cool fills, and he brings that Bonham backbeat to it for sure. The shortness of the song, it doesn't bother me as much as him changing the lyrics. It's a quick, punky, fun song. Like I said, it works well in the context of the album. Like Pump It Up, it's sort of a lighter flavor. What do you think of Funky Feng Shui, Dave?
Yeah, it comes right in and it goes right out.
Right.
It's it's a fun, quick song.
It's a cleanser.
Yeah, because it's over very, very quick. I mean, the song is barely 2 minutes long. I'm not as hung up about the first version because to me they sound pretty much the same. I hear what you're saying about the differences, but to me it's not enough to matter. Interestingly, this song has a band writing credit, including Dave Cobb. And that's really interesting because they were doing this song on the last album, obviously, before I think he was even involved. So I guess somehow he added to the song enough that they decided to give him a songwriting credit on it. Probably the most positive, upbeat song on the whole album. And it's in and it's out and it's done.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're on to track number 9, which is Father Time. And this is an interesting track. Here's a clip. So like Be Still, this is a beautifully written, reflective song. This is single number 4, by the way, so he released this as his 4th single, and it definitely has that sort of commercial potential. This, I believe, like I said, was part of that Americana album. The lyrics are strong and the melody is good. However, I feel that the line, when was the last time you did something for the first time, right? We always joke about that because David Lee Roth used it. Even the way it's placed in the song almost feels like he's shoehorning it in there. You don't really need it. It's sort of in between verses. I don't understand why that's sort of crammed in there. When was the last time we did something for the first time, baby? Been a long time. But again, this song I think needs a little more Michael Anthony on the background vocals, but this is a really strong, well-written Sammy Hagar song. What do you think of this one, Dave?
It is. Usually when you get towards the end of the album, that's when it's filler time.
Oh, yeah, big time.
But not with this song, not with Father Time. Again, he's heading into John Mellencamp territory.
Yeah, totally, yeah.
It's another kind of sort of autobiographical song. You know, he talks about early on in the music industry and trying to make it, which is true. Although he talks about raising 4 kids. Well, he has 4 kids, but he didn't have them all 4 at once when he was starting in the music industry.
Right.
So, you know, it's kind of sort of autobiographical. Again, there's more of those ethereal background vocals I keep talking about in this song. Mm-hmm. And regarding that lyric we love to talk about, I do want to point out that the lyric is just a little different than what we've been talking about. In this version of the the song,
right,
he noticeably says, when was the last time we did something for the first time?
So he's altering it a little bit.
So he did change it around a little bit. So I don't know if that was just done because of artistic reasons or somebody told him, David Lee Roth already used this lyric, Sam.
Right.
So it's only one time in the song. I really don't feel like it was shoehorned in. I think, it fits into the song fine. It doesn't feel forced to me or anything.
Okay.
I mean, quite frankly, if he hadn't made such a big deal about it, I probably would not have necessarily picked it up and been like, oh, he's using the same line Dave did, especially since he altered it a little bit. But I think for a Mellencamp type of slower rocker song, it really is quite good, and a strong lyrical song from Sam, which I don't say a lot. So I'm really, again, I'm going to give him credit on this album for, Dave, you always call him out for being lazy on certain things. He was not lazy lyrically. Like when Dave Cobb said, I want you to do a good album, I mean, he really had Sam rise to the challenge.
Absolutely.
And this song is an example of that.
Totally, absolutely. And we are at the last song of the album, technically. It's Childhood End, and this song, probably one of the longer ones on the album. It closes out the album, although we're going to talk about two other songs after this, but we'll get into that. Here's a clip. Now, this song is a little bit odd because it really is two songs sewn together. The first 4 minutes and 8 seconds is this kind of heavier, darker tune that really needs another title. It really has nothing to do with Childhood End. It's okay. It's not the best. The last 1 minute and 28 seconds is the refrain from the beginning of the album called The Beginning of the End. It's sort of that acoustic Childhood End song, and here's a clip of that.
It's not where you're going, it's not where you've been, with or without, no within. It's not what you thought, or what you've been told about growing up. Not growing old. It's not what you think, it's more what you feel, and what's in your heart. This is real, not where you're going, not where you've been, not where it's
I think Sam was going for like a big epic closer, but these songs really don't share DNA and they're sort of smash cut together. The song really should be separated and fleshed out because you're not getting a full song. I don't know. It's sort of strange. What do you make of this one?
So I have very similar notes to you about this song. It feels like two songs.
Yeah.
And actually, the song reminds me of She's So Heavy by the Beatles.
Yeah, exactly.
In that, well, number one, there's two songs going on. But also, the riff of Childhood's End reminds me somewhat of She's So Heavy by the Beatles.
Okay.
You're right. It all comes together with this song because the title, Childhood's End, was referenced in the first song, that being intro, the beginning of the end. This song has some really nice guitar work in it, some phase guitar tones, which is nice. It's a good album-ending song, if it was really the last song on the album, which we'll get to. I think if this had really been the last song on the album, without the bonus tracks, the album would have ended nice. It almost has a harsh ending to it. Not as harsh as She's So Heavy, but a little abruptly. But I have to tell you, this and Father Time really end this album on a strong note. But yeah, I totally agree with you, Dave. Like the last minute and a half of the song, you're like, wait a minute, this is not the same song. Like the first part of the song was really good. And then he gets into this other part of the song and you're like, that's really not quite as good as the first part of the song.
Well, I have nothing against Childhood End. My whole thing is like, listen, separate the song, rename the other one, flesh both of them out, and make them two songs. Because it just doesn't work together. We'll get to that when we get to the next song, and we might as well just start it right now. We're looking at the bonus tracks here, which is 2120, and here's a clip of this. Now, this is one of my all-time pet peeves, Dave. I love this song. I think this song should be on the album. It's on Spotify, it's on iTunes, it's on some of the CDs. This is a great tune that deserves better positioning on the record. This is not a throwaway track and does not deserve to be treated as such. It's got killer instrumentation, it's got strong performance from Sam, and a really nice melody. Hell, I'll even say it could have been a single. I would have taken 2120, moved it up in the album, separated Childhood End, it's two different songs, and finished them both separately, and knock off the first song, which is the beginning of the end. So they would go into like Slow Drain, Feed Your Head, Pump It Up. Then I would maybe do Be Still, 2120, Get What You Pay For, Crazy Times, Funky Feng Shui, and I would redo that Funky Feng Shui to be the right way. Then I would have Father Time, whatever the next song was, which is the first half, the 2/3 rather, of Childhood End, and then I would end it with Childhood End. That, I think, would have made the strongest package. Now, you can't have everything in the world, and I understand it's Sam's album, he can do what he wants, but at least he included this. But 2120, I think this is an excellent song. What did you make of this?
So this is a very boring album review because you and I are on the same page about a lot of this. Because, when I heard 2120, I'm like, this is not a throwaway track at all.
No.
This is at least as good as anything else on the album. And, like you, I absolutely would have put it somewhere in the middle of the album, but I absolutely would have included it on the album proper. I mean, it picks up the pace.
Yes.
It's got Change the World lyrics.
It's got a little light. There's a little light in this one. I don't mean light I think, in terms of sound. I mean, like, there's a little bit of hope in this song.
Oh, well, that's true.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, look towards the future, that kind of thing. It wasn't like gloom and doom, but it's like, we've got to look towards the future now and change the world and that whole kind of theme. It does pick things up, and I agree with you. Like, why they decided to have it as a bonus track is pretty perplexing because, quite frankly, even with the two bonus tracks, the album clocks in at 45 minutes, which is not long at all. So I know this whole bonus track game that they play, which is kind of ridiculous in the U.S. market right now, that you're still trying to play this game with people buying certain CDs.
It makes no sense at all.
It's a crazy concept for crazy times.
It is.
I totally agree with you. Very, very solid song.
Yeah, really good. It reminds me of that song when we did the anniversary edition of Sammy's album, Standing Hampton. I was going crazy. I don't know if the song was called Don't Hang It Up or something. There was one of the songs that he left off the album that was like a B-side. And I was like, why the hell is this not on the album? I don't remember that, but we went through that.
I do, right.
Yeah.
Well, this is the same exact
It's the same
concept,
kind of thing. Like, how is this not on the album? So now we're down to our last bonus track, which is Father Time acoustic. Obviously, we've seen this a million times with so many other bands where they do an acoustic version of one of the songs earlier on the album. This sounds like a demo from the Americana album. Not necessarily perfect, but it's sort of an afterthought. The original is better. The acoustic version shows the strength of the song's bones because it's still a well-written quality song. But then you got Sam going do, like almost like in a... I'm going to fill some lyrics here, that kind of thing. But it's just a little unprofessional, whatever. But it's understandable because it's a kind of a demo. You don't need it. That's the thing. It's like, keep it clean. If you really got rid of that and threw 2120 in there, that's really the way to do it. I don't like when albums repeat songs, especially with the beginning and the end and Childhood End. It's like, take Childhood End, which has good bones to be a song. Like, flesh it the hell out and make it a full song. And take the first 4 minutes and 8 seconds and make that its own song. come on, man, do the right thing. And I tell you, he would have had a really super extra strong album had he made a couple of changes here, because he has all the right material. Material's really good, and the recording is really good. It all sounds great. Again, missing a little Michael Anthony there, but that's all right. It's just the way this album rolls. But I don't know, Dave. Here's a clip of Father Time acoustic.
Father Time's over there, looking over my shoulder. I'm just soaking up the sun and thinking about ain't getting younger. Crashing waves clawing at the shore, that's been going on forever and more. And there's something about the sun in Mexico that burns different. But it all smells familiar. Don't remember what I can't forget. Been living this dream and it ain't over yet.
What do you think of this one?
It's nice to hear it in its original version, but honestly, it's not needed for the album.
No.
20 years from now, when you want to do the deluxe version, or 6 months from now, because that's what people are doing.
Yep.
Right? Like including Wolf, for example.
Right.
Then throw it on for that. But, I mean, it's nice. I really only needed to hear it once. Not because it was bad, but the finished version was just that much better.
Right. So, Crazy Times, Dave. Better than I expected. For sure. I have to give Sammy a really good round of applause. For really putting an extra effort into the lyrics. He has definitely delivered a solid album here. I'd like to see him play some of these songs live. I don't know if he ever will. The goddamn Crazy Times tour is over. So maybe he extends it. Who knows? It seems like he's off the road right now. I don't know what he's going to do, but it's funny that the album came out right as he got off the road. And I think he only played Crazy Times live, and I know he did You Get What You Pay For as a little preview before at Cabo or something like that. But what is your parting thoughts on the album?
A strong album from Sam. Yeah. Nice to see that at this stage of his career, he's not only doing new music, but he's doing quality new music.
Yeah.
So as an artistic statement, I think it's really well done. It's nice to see that he's delivering something really solid. I mean, the band is solid.
The band is playing out of their minds. They are all playing immensely. So he's got a seasoned, well-oiled machine behind him. Jason Bonham on this album sounds tremendous. Vic totally delivering way above his pay grade. And Michael Anthony sounds fantastic too, although, as I said, not a lot of that sweet harmonies with Sam, but I do think, like Dave said earlier, maybe it doesn't really flow with the material to have that sort of Summer Nights kind of like real sweet melody of the two of them singing together. But, you know, I tell you, it's definitely a surprise. I will listen to this album repeatedly, easy. It's going to be on my playlist to listen to, and there's some Sammy cuts on here that I will definitely be putting into some of my Sammy mixes, so I'm excited about that. So,
well, there you go. And it's very easy to take this band for granted because they do sound really good, and they back Sam up and give him a very solid foundation to work on.
Yeah.
So he definitely has found a great band to work with.
Yeah, and let me tell you something. Listen to it in headphones because you really get a taste of Jason Bonham's drumming and some of Vic's guitar licks. There's some real layering in this album, so listen to it in headphones. It's a good listen to really pick up on some of the real layering that's caught in between there. So definitely want to check that out. So like I said, we have 2 albums to talk about, and the next one has been way overdue, and we are so excited to talk about it. It is the Talas album, 1985. So we want to talk a little bit about Talas. So Talas is a little bit of a confusing band because the lineup has changed dramatically through the years. So the lineup on this album, of course, is Billy Sheehan on bass, the bass man extraordinaire, and the main core of Talas. The late Phil Norro on vocals, Mark Miller on drums, and Kire Nadavsky on guitar, who's the newer guy in the band. And now, here's the thing. Talas dates back to the 70s. A lot of people don't even know that. originally it was a trio with Dave Constantino on vocals and guitar, Billy Sheehan on vocals and bass, and Paul Varga on vocals and drums. And they came out with the Talas album, which was a 1979 self-titled album. God, Dave, you can't even find it. By the way, I want to let you know that on iTunes and Spotify, the only Talas album on there is 1985. These other albums are not even available on there.
I know. You can only find them on YouTube. And I know people have asked Billy about that.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, I know. I've been working on it. It's apparently one of those things that is easier said than done, which is too bad. He has said he's working on it, and he does hope to get them on streaming services eventually.
Well, I told you about that with our buddy Eddie Money, Dave. He's got multiple albums that are completely missing from his catalog on Spotify and iTunes. It's like they're completely gone. In fact, the new EP that he came out with a couple years ago has been pulled because they're putting out like a new version. You know what I mean? Like they're putting out like a brand new full version. Instead of the EP, it's going to be the full album. So they pulled the EP. It's just crazy what they do. You know what I mean?
Now that's the interesting part, almost the danger of streaming services.
Yeah.
Because, you put out an album, you stop making it. If you really want it, maybe you'll have to pay extra for it. But you can find it. Now, people relying on streaming services. It's streaming one day. It's not streaming the next.
Exactly.
And nobody's downloaded it. It's gone.
Oh, that's the way it is. I'm doing a story on the band Zebra right now. Their whole catalog's not available on Spotify or iTunes. So I was like,
oh my God, I just noticed that. It's so funny you say that.
Yeah.
Because some random Zebra song came up.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, let me listen to the album. And, and same thing on YouTube Music.
I know.
It's not anywhere.
It's just ridiculous. And
the first album is like a bona fide 80s rock classic.
Absolutely. So I'm writing all about this. I'm doing an interview with all these different Zebra fans. I just interviewed every member of the band. I interviewed Bob Buckman from WBAB, who helped break them and get them their record contract. And I'm like, Randy, where are these albums? You can't get them anywhere. And in the public eye, if they're not on iTunes and they're not on Spotify, they don't exist. So that's the problem. You can't get any sort of recognition or revitalization of a band's catalog. And let me tell you something, in today's world, any band can be revived very easily. Like, for example, look at Kate Bush, her song Don't Give Up, I think it is, or something, that got revitalized and went to the top of the charts. Metallica, not that they're in any bad shape, they're always amazing, but Metallica's song Master of Puppets was used in the new season of Stranger Things, and it went back on the charts. You have to realize in today's world, people are using songs in movies and commercials and television shows on TikTok or YouTube. Like, if it's not in the public sphere, it's just going to disappear. So you got to keep your shit going. That's why legacy is so important. And
oh yeah.
Yeah.
I was having this conversation with my daughter. She was talking about, oh, that's the Kate Bush song. Now, I barely know anything about Kate Bush.
Yeah, I know.
I was not listening to her back in the day, but I know who she is. And I'm like, what do you know about Kate Bush?
Hey,
I know. Oh, her song was on this show.
That's the funny thing about today.
And there you go.
Yeah.
And there you go.
Like I said, I always say this. Ready for this? Pete Townsend makes more money from CSI than he does The Who.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
Okay? Honest to God, because CSI, how many CSIs are there? Number one. Number two, every CSI uses a Who song. Number three, CSI is playing every point of the day at some point on one channel. So, that's the thing, is that you can get dusted off and back in the public eye if you are around and available. So this is the thing with the Talas album. So then they came out with another studio album in 1982 called Sink Your Teeth Into That, again with Dave Constantino on vocals, Billy Sheehan on bass, and Paul Varga on drums. Dave Constantino also plays guitar. Again, these songs are written by Billy. Billy writes these songs. Then they did the live Speed on Ice live album from 1983. The Lemoore East was where it was taped. Live Speed on Ice had Phil Norro on vocals, Mitch Perry on guitar, Billy Sheehan on bass, and Mark Miller on drums. So basically, that's the current lineup of Talas, with the exception of Mitch Perry, who was not on the new album except on 2 songs. And that track listing, that live album, Live Speed on Ice, recorded December 2nd at Lemoore East in 1983, has 3 songs from this album. Crystal Clear, Do You Feel Any Better, Intermountain Flame, which were all the first 3 singles. So that's just to give you a little background, and the reason why the album's called 1985, because it really would have been the next album that came out from Talas had Billy not left the band and gone with David Lee Roth. So, Dave, do you know why Mitch Perry was not fully on this album?
I think he just wasn't available. I mean,
really?
He lives out in California. He has for a while.
Okay.
He's doing his own thing. You know, he certainly wanted to contribute to the project, so he did a few songs.
Right.
I mean, they asked him to contribute when they reunited, I guess, back in 2017 to do some live shows.
Right.
And he was like, look, I'm just out in California now. I'm doing my thing, and I can't make it. That's when they got Kire. Somebody in the band knew him already. I think it was Phil. I think Phil knew him, actually.
Okay.
And as you'll see in the album, he fits in quite nicely.
Oh, he's fantastic. He's fantastic. Yeah, he does a great job. So just to kick off the album, it opens with the killer track, Intermounting Flame. This is a clip of that right here.
There's nothing you can do to stop that intermounting flame. Each time you touch the ground, you swear to God that feel the heat again. Your heart is melting, tears stream from your eyes. Can't face the things that are burning inside. There's nowhere to run to, there's nowhere to hide. She's standing in the flames so the fire won't die.
So now talk about jump-starting an album. Holy shit. Because this song goes from 0 to 100. It was the first single. Talas comes flying out of the gate with Intermounting Flame, and the band never sounded so good. It really fresh. The wow factor is at an all-time high with the guitar from Kire. The late Phil Norro giving it his all on vocals. Billy Sheehan proving again that he is totally the god of thunder. And Mark Miller sounds like a sledgehammer on drums. This is a tremendous, tremendous song. Dave, what do you think of Intermounting Flame?
So I could listen to Mark Miller do drum fills all the live long.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That guy is just phenomenal.
He's amazing.
And everybody sounds good on this album. The mix on this album is really, really good.
Yep.
You can hear everybody clearly.
Yep.
Bill is certainly up in the mix because he's bass player extraordinaire. I actually would have liked to hear him a little more in the mix because really that's the primary reason you're listening to a Talas album.
Right, sure.
If it was any other band, I'd be like, you know what? You can hear everybody clearly. Everybody gets a fair shake. No one's drowned out. It's awesome. It's perfect. And that would work for almost any other band. But no other band has Billy Sheehan as their bass player. But having said that, it's not bad at all. It's nice. It's clean. Like you said, the album starts off strong with this song and really doesn't let up for the rest of the album. This is, as you might guess from the album title, this is a very 80s album. This first song is a great example of the rest of the album. They're not trying to reinvent anything.
No.
It's got that classic 80s sound.
Totally.
Sonically, it's very clear.
Yeah, it doesn't have that gloss, though. It doesn't have that super gloss of the 80s, though. It doesn't have that sheen. It sounds fresher than that because our audio equipment is better.
Yeah, I will give you that. It doesn't necessarily, it's not like an 80s pop metal album.
No.
I mean, if you want to call it like a hair metal album, like absolutely, I think it falls into that genre.
Right.
But it doesn't tip its hat to the Bon Jovi end of the spectrum too often.
No. It's more hard rock. It's got that hard rock vibe. And we get to the second song, I'll Take the Night. The song is very 80s. The melody, the words, I get that. But I'm saying the sonic recording, obviously we've moved so far ahead technology-wise that we can have a real quality sounding version of the 80s. So the band does not take its foot off the gas on this song. They continue full throttle on I'll Take the Night, and here's a clip. Yeah, this is really just so good, and they're bringing the tunes to really a higher level. There's a hot solo from Key-Ray at about 2 minutes and 28 seconds right here. And the whole song sounds like a swirling storm. Dave, what do you think I'll Take the Night?
Call me crazy, but it actually reminds me a little bit of Twisted Sister.
Oh.
It just had that vibe
to
me. And that is probably the one critical thing I'll say about the album. I get deja vu a lot from this album.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 1985 and it's supposed to sound like 1985. So no doubt I'm getting deja vu. But more than once I'm like, this song kind of reminds me of something else. And sometimes it veers into like dangerous territory where they may not explicitly be copying somebody, but you hear a lot of the influences there. Having said that, the bass is very prominent on this song. So I was really happy. Again, I wish that was more the case on the rest of the album. It was very easy for me to like this album and get comfortable with it quickly, because if you're a crazy Talas fan like I am, and you've got the live bootlegs or even some studio demos, a lot of these songs you will be familiar with already. And that was the case with I'll Take the Night. So I was like, I kind of sort of know this song already. And like you said, Dave, it sounds the best it ever sounded because they finally got around to recording it in a studio session using 2021 technology. So it sounds phenomenal. And again, another barn burner out the gate that just rocks.
Right, absolutely. Song number 3 is Crystal Clear. This was the band's second single and such a sharp tune. Here's a clip.
You don't have to run for cover. You never find another love like mine. Another love like mine.
Now, this has been criticized for the guitar riff aping the Police's Roxanne, but the song is nothing like it. The drum fills by Mark Miller, like you said, are crazy tasty. They're so good. The production is so crisp and razor sharp. The song has great melody, and it shows off the band's signature blend of hard rock and incredible melody. So Phil is tremendous because his voice really exudes such passion, and this is a guy who's throwing down vocals for the last time, and you just feel like he's just going for it, which is just so inspiring now in the wake of his passing. You can really hear him just taking everything from the bottom of the tank and throwing it on this album, and it really is an incredible testament to his vocals on here. Really love this song. What an incredible single, and this is a great track, and this album is just rolling right from the start. Dave, what do you think of Crystal Clear?
So this was written by Mitch Perry, and
Right.
he played guitar
Right.
on this song. And a credit to him and Key-Ray, it's not so jarring between songs where you're like, oh, this is somebody else playing guitar on it. It really blends together. So even though Mitch plays on this track, I want to give credit to Key-Ray for really having that Talas Mitch Perry sound and tone down and keeping it consistent. I do think this song sounds more than it should like Roxanne between the guitar riff and even the bass line. And that's what I was talking about earlier, where it's just a little too familiar. But I have to tell you, interestingly, I never noticed the similarities of this song until I heard this studio version, because live, I didn't pick up on that right away.
Yeah.
And I think when they went to the studio, I think they slowed it down for a little bit, And when they arranged it for the studio, that's when you heard it. I don't think it was done on purpose, but that's just the way it turned out. The whole song doesn't sound like Roxanne. It goes down a different road. It's really well done. It's a great song, and it changes it up a little bit because it's not like a barn burner rocking song like the first two. So you do get a different kind of song, but still another thumbs up from Talas.
Right, absolutely. Song number 4 is another tremendous track, Don't Try to Stop Me Tonight, which is the third single that came out, and here's a clip.
Rise to the challenge and stand in the light. I'll do my standing alone. One look in my eyes makes them all realize I'll take this down to the bone. I'm on the move 'cause there's something to prove to myself. Nothing you say is gonna turn me away. Can't leave this to nobody else.
Now, this is another winner with an incredible adrenaline attack here. This one is driven by the bass of Billy Sheehan, and he's also on vocals on this one. The song has a pounding, driving, pushing, punching forward vibe, and it gives the song tremendous strength. What do you think of this one, Dave?
This song is like an anthem, right? I mean, this is like you hear it in concert, fist pumping.
Yeah, you could almost be like at a games and stuff.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is almost like you could almost end a live set with this song.
Sure.
I mean, it's just fantastic. And again, credit to Kire, who keeps the guitar sound consistent between songs. Great solo by him in this. Again, the drum fills by Mark are just out of this freaking world. And this is like a great highlight of the album.
Absolutely. And the 5th song on the album is Do You Feel Any Better? Here's a clip.
It's true, oh so true. Yeah, feel so cool, high on that moon. Do you feel any better? Now we're coming together. Do you feel any better? Now we're through the bad weather. Do you feel any better? It's coming together now.
The vocals here are really prevalent, especially on the refrain, which serves as the chorus. The interesting part is the moody mid-break, about 2 minutes and 23 seconds, that keeps the song at a simmer until Kire does his guitar solo at 2 minutes and 44 seconds, where he wails until about 3 minutes and 6 seconds. It's such a cool part. Listen to this. This is more of an album track, but this is totally tasty. And in my opinion, this and all the way from the first track, this is the best half of the album. I would say this is a front-loaded album. I like the songs past this, but I really think the first 5 songs are the strongest. What do you think, Dave?
Interesting. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but I don't know if I disagree with it either. But either way, I will say they are strong. This song changes it up a bit for the album. Doesn't sound like all the rest, maybe because it was written by Phil. As you mentioned, this was one of the songs that was on their live album. I do prefer the live guitar work better. I feel like it was a little more reckless and out there. I feel like it's a little more restrained in his studio session, and I don't know, it's a little more, I don't know what the word is, like restrained or, I don't know, I just felt like the live guitar work was better. But of course, that's always the danger when you have songs that you're comparing to other versions that already exist and are ingrained in your head. But still, another decent song, one that we've heard of. Again, very easy for me to like because I love the songs the first time and I'm very comfortable with them.
Absolutely. Song number 6 is On the Take. Here's a clip.
Everything's got way out of hand.
Now, this is a down and dirty groove that steadily builds with a vocal attack from Phil, plus Mitch Perry on guitar, who is the old guitarist, as we said. He's appearing here. He definitely has a buzzy guitar solo here going on, and the bass is so sweet and delicious. It's giving off some real backbone to the song. This, I think, has just a real kind of fun tune. What did you make of On the Take?
Yeah, it definitely is a strong, muscular song.
Right.
Again, I kind of got deja vu, and I was trying to think, I think I've heard this riff somewhere before. It's a typical riff. I can only think of Foreigner's Double Vision, which is kind of sort of, but not really, but along that same vein. Lyrically, the song is sadly still relevant today as it talks about politicians on the take and things like that. So the more things change, the more they stay the same, sadly. I mean, it's a good rockin' song, one that stands out well, but I'm going to get to that in a second when we talk about the next song.
The next song is number 7, Come When You Call. Here's a clip. Now, this song here, I think, is a little fillery. The song is good. It's okay. It could have used something with a little different pace, maybe. The chorus is, I think, a little bit weak. It's an okay song. Lyrically, the melody is not the best, but it has good energy, and it's still solid playing. There's a coiling bass line that makes the song even better, and the music is so on point that the band is so tight that it makes it really appealing. But what do you think of Come When You Call?
I think the song suffers from bad placement on the album.
Okay.
Because even though it's not a carbon copy of the last song On the Take, I think it's very similar.
Okay.
I found myself singing the vocal line to either song's music. I feel like you could almost replace the chorus for either song. The riffs aren't exactly the same. Well, Billy's bass is so strong that the songs to me were just a little too similar. And to have them back to back next to each other really brought it out for me. Again, they're not carbon copies. They were just too similar, and I think they should have been placed farther apart. Again, credit to Kire because he just came after a Mitch Perry song. But, if you didn't know that, you wouldn't even blink because the guitar tone is so consistent. Again, I mean, everybody's playing well, and the tone is good. It's not a bad song. It's a decent rocking song. It's just after I heard that, I was kind of all right, well, they mixed it up a little bit, but I feel like I just heard that song. That's how it felt for me.
Okay. Song number 8, The Power to Break Away. Here's a clip.
It's a dirty little secret, but she could never keep it. He gave her such a bad time, and even though she wanted mine, she was tempted to stay, 'cause she didn't have the power to break away. The power to break away. She didn't have the power to break away.
Now, this is interesting. My favorite parts of this song is the intro and the outro. So listen to this intro. Now, listen to this outro. I love these intros and outros. I think is unbelievable. The rest of the song I think is sort of middle of the road. Instrumentally, it's got a lot going on though. But the best part I think is this stupendous ending Billy and Mark are going off like crazy. Phil's voice is sharp and colorful, and the lyrics are solid, but a little bit generic. I think the chorus falls a little flat. What do you think, Dave?
So interestingly, this is the one song that the band had recorded live previously, but not on Live Speed on Ice. It was recorded live on the reunion album, the live reunion album. I think that came out 1998. If we only knew then what we know now.
I wanted to ask you about that. That's so confusing because that's the reunion album, the original lineup.
That's correct. That's the reunion of the three. And so they did a live album.
Yeah.
So now here comes the band that came after them.
Right.
And they're doing a studio version of that song.
It's very odd.
I thought that was interesting that they did a studio version that Talas obviously had been doing live for years. And so Bill said, all right, well, let's do it with this lineup of the band. So certainly no problem with that. They do a solid rendition of it. Again, everyone plays well and Phil is singing really well. I have to tell you, like, Phil's vocals on this album are very, very solid.
Oh, yeah.
And interestingly, he does not sound exactly the same as he does on Live Speed at Ice. Number one, because this is a studio setting.
It's also a lot
Number
older.
two, it's over 35 years later.
God.
Not that he sounds worse.
No.
Not that there's any decrease in vocal ability, because quite frankly, there's not.
Right.
But just like really good and really solid. And, it's sad, unfortunately, that he didn't see the release of the album. But I tell you, though, as a fan, I'm just so grateful that they decided to get together, do the album, and we were just like really fortunate that Phil was able to complete the album before, unfortunately, he got sick and passed away. So this album is like a gift because, if you had ever told Dave and me, hey, the second version of Talas, or like Billy likes to call it the 8th or 9th, but at least like the second recorded version of Talas, who just released a live album, which you can't even get anymore, is coming back together and doing the studio album that they never got the chance to do.
Right.
We were like, what? Really? That's going to happen?
It's bizarre. It's bizarre.
It's crazy. It's almost as crazy as Crazy Times. But, but we really were so fortunate, lucky, blessed, whatever you want to call it, to get this album.
Totally.
And again, it's like, if you're a Talas fan, it's very comfortable because this song is an example of, I've heard this song before plenty of times, and they really do it justice.
Yeah.
So.
Song number 9 is Black and Blue, which is a newer song written for the album. Here's a clip.
I got sent on a bad vacation, barefoot with no reservation, locked out without visitation, back on that lonely old street, tossed out like a summer umbrella, new life back in the cellar. Hey girl, who's a lucky fella? Somebody knew where your feet. One eye's black, one eye's blue, one eye. Baby, there ain't no easy way to live with you. You knock me out, I'll take the count. Honey, this can't be when love is on the ground. So I'm making my way out. I'm black and blue, black and blue.
Now, this one almost has a 90-ish Aerosmith mid-tempo ballad vibe. I don't know if it necessarily fits Talas. It's definitely going for a more commercial single type of thing, but it's pretty good. It's not bad at all. I wouldn't skip it. I think it's fine on the album. I enjoyed it. It's not kind of like growing on me, but it's definitely got a different vibe from the rest of the other songs. Dave, what do you think of this one?
Yeah, no, it definitely has a different vibe. It's not a ballad or anything
It's
that.
sort of a mid-tempo. It's like a mid-tempo.
Yeah. I was just going to say it's a slower tempo, but it's not a slow tempo.
No.
But it works well, and Phil's there. And, oh, by the way, we haven't mentioned yet, but Phil's son is on this album doing background vocals, including on this song, and does it well and blends right in, does his dad justice, and definitely adds to the album. I mean, quite frankly, more than Michael Anthony did on Crazy Times. Vocally, I thought Phil sounded, I got a Red Hot Chili Peppers vibe from him.
Oh, okay.
On his vocal line of the song, the way he was enunciating.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah. I get that. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying it's a Red Hot Chili Peppers song.
It's got an
but
Anthony Kiedis kind of thing
yes,
on the vocals.
Yes,
yeah,
definitely. I was again, deja vu. I was
Yeah.
getting that vibe. But the song works in the context of the whole album. Little different, which was nice. Slowed down a little bit, like we said, but they added a new song, and I always get nervous when it's like, oh, they're going to add a new song. Is this totally going to bomb the album out? And it does not. It does not.
Right, that's true. Song number 10, Close to the Killer. Here's a clip. Now, this is kind of a bluesy tune with some swagger on it. Dave, is this Billy on vocals here?
Yes. Yes, it is.
It almost has a Gene Simmons Kiss tinge to it. Interesting. Yeah, it's got that sort of edge to it. The sweet spot is about 2 minutes and 44 seconds where there's a guitar solo with Billy Sheehan and Mark Miller pounding away. I love that part of the song. And here's a clip. Phil's doing background vocals. You can hear him on there. This is a really nice song, and in my opinion, should have closed the album.
Bingo.
Yep.
Bingo.
Yeah.
See, I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah.
It definitely was a nice album closing song.
Right.
And we'll get to that when we get to the next song. But yeah,
sure.
I totally agree with you. But yeah, this is one of the longer songs on the album. But yeah, the interplay between Billy and Mark is awesome. I love this band. I've never been shy about it. I was salivating, waiting for this album, and they executed it really well. Just so glad it happened.
Absolutely. And the album wraps up with song number 11, which is unpronounceable, but it's 71HDH, which, if you look upside down, spells for Phil. And it is basically a bass solo from Billy Sheehan. Here's a clip. So now, this is kind of a bit of a moody instrumental, not a ton of fireworks. It's sort of a weird way to end an album, but I think I would have put this right in the middle of the album and separated it between the first 5 songs and the last 5 songs and ended the album with Close to the Killer. Almost feels like a movie score a little bit. It has that kind of vibe to it. I understand it's sort of maybe an emotional piece from Billy expressing himself about Phil, but kind of a weird way to go out. What did you think?
I agree. I think it would have been better placed somewhere earlier in the album as an intro to another song. I get why it's at the end, because in their heads they had pictured those first 10 songs as the album.
Right.
And then after Phil unfortunately passed away, Billy did this bass solo as a tribute to him and tacked it on at the end. So I get why they placed it there. But aside from the reason they placed it there, I think as an artistic statement, the bass solo would have been better placed somewhere after the first song, again, as an intro to another song, and then they should have ended with Close to the Killer. I agree with you there. Now, there is another bonus track.
Okay.
If you bought the Japanese version of the album.
Okay.
Which is a cover of Don't Let Me Be Misunderstood. But unfortunately, I looked high and low. And
it's not out there yet.
To find it yet. I have not ordered my Japanese import version of the album yet. If anybody out there has heard that song, there is an extra song floating out there, and I'd be curious how it is.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll pop up on YouTube at some point. You know what I wanted to ask you, Dave? The Billy Sheehan, the Talas Years album, is that a re-release of the Live Speed on Ice?
It is a re-release of 2 albums.
Oh.
It is a re-release of Sink Your Teeth Into That, and Live Speed on Ice.
Oh, it's like a combo. Okay.
It is, because I'm going to shake your brain up a little bit.
Yeah.
So if you remember, I think that came out on Relativity Records.
It did, yeah.
Back in the day, which I'm pretty sure you and I kept in business.
Right.
So I really don't know how they folded.
I know.
But such is the way of the world. But I remember that was really the only way you could get any Talas back then. And I remember, side one of the cassette, or the first half of the CD, was the studio album, which was very good, very solid. And then there was the second half of the album, which was the live version. And I remember you and I loved the live version more than we did than the studio version.
Yeah.
But we really had no concept or allegiance of which version of the band was playing on what. It wasn't like we knew it was a different version of the band because it was in the liner notes.
Right.
But we weren't sitting there going like, oh, well, this was the band that Bill put together at the last minute. They did one live album and that was it, and completely disrespected the other two guys who were in the band first and had been playing with the band for years.
Right.
It was interesting because you and I did not have any of that preconceived notion.
Right.
And it did not influence our love of the live version of the album. It goes back to what Gene Simmons says. There are a lot of fans out there who are like, if it's not the original four members of the band, the fans don't want to know nothing about nothing, right?
Right.
And I think Gene has pointed out to you, Dave, that people have an emotional attachment to that.
Yeah.
It kind of influences what they like and what they listen to. And we didn't have that with Talas because we didn't know any better. We were just listening to the album on its musical merits. And I just remember us being really big fans of the live side. Not that the studio side was bad, because it wasn't, but we were just really big fans of that, which is why we were so stoked when this version of the band got back together. And we were really fortunate to see them play live. So, again, really lucky that we saw them, really lucky that we got this studio album. And I just really hope that Billy can go back and get all those old albums streaming again, maybe get some bonus tracks out there, stuff like that. That would be awesome.
Where do you stand on If We Only Knew Then What We Know Now? Like, do you think that's a good live album? Which do you prefer? Which do you think is the best representation?
Ooh. Well, I think that live album is a very solid live album.
Okay.
The band had not lost their touch. I think that album came out in 98, so the sound is really good. They have some kick-ass covers at the end of that album. The band does not sound rusty. As far as comparing live albums between the two, man, that's tough.
Okay.
That is really tough. I really don't have a strong feeling like one is so much better than the other.
They're hard to find, though.
They are. And that album's like only, well, I guess, it's almost 25 years now that album has been there. And that's the thing with Talas. I mean, they really were never a popular band. I mean, you and I talk about them all the time, but really, they were at best like this.
They're like an East Coast legend.
Right.
Yeah.
They're like almost like this underground band that was legendary in the Buffalo, Rochester, East Coast. They were just so close to breaking the big time, but they never did until Billy Sheehan did, and then people went back and they were like, oh, so this is what he was doing first. Like, they really had decent songs. They were certainly no worse than any other band of the time. And they had Billy, who was a phenomenal bass player who brought things up a notch. But for some reason, they just never really hit the big time. And by the time they got a record contract, the same week, Billy got offered a position to be in David Lee Roth's band. And he's like, well, this is never going to happen again. So he took it. And that was the end of Talas.
Yeah,
so,
well, I tell you, I mean, you can't blame him. I mean, he worked so hard for many years, and he was looking, I mean, who's going to pass up that job? I mean, that's insane.
No, I totally don't. I mean, who would blame him? I mean, he always said Van Halen was his favorite band.
Right.
And that would be the only band he'd ever leave Talas for.
Right.
So when David Lee Roth had an offer, Billy has said, well, close enough.
Right, exactly.
Because that's as close as I'm going to get.
Right. Don't forget, Talas, their biggest claim to fame is they opened up for Van Halen on the Women and Children First tour, and that was a claim to fame for theirs, considering that they they weren't a national band. They were sort of a more East Coast well-known band. But listen, the bottom line is 2 new albums out that are definitely worth picking up. Sammy Hagar and the Circle's Crazy Times and Talas 1985. Both really hitting home runs in many, many ways. I wouldn't say they're perfect, but they are solid as can be and totally worth picking up. These are great albums. We're not getting a lot of new music, folks, from the people that we talk about here. So, there's not going to be any more Van Halen. It's going to be a while before the next Mammoth album comes out next year at some point. But, that's about it. David Lee Roth's releasing cover versions of old Van Halen songs. We're only getting dribs and drabs of the California sessions. So if you want 2 incredible, solid albums to get, really sink your teeth into, to put into your car or to work out to, whatever you want to do, these are the albums you definitely want to check out. So Sammy definitely stepping up, really cracking it over the fences here with a really solid album. Same thing with Talas. Fantastic. I don't think we're going to see much more of Talas. I don't know. You think Talas will go on, Dave, with a new singer, or what do you think?
I don't know. There's one of the questions a lot of people always asking, like, we know Phil has passed away.
Right.
But are you guys going to tour live with that? And Billy's kind of like, well, not going to say no. I don't know. But Billy's already booked because he's working on a new album with
the Winery Dogs.
He's in so many projects.
Yeah.
I have to go through the Rolodex.
Yeah,
in my
well,
mind
he's in.
right?
Billy's in Talas. He's in Mr. Big. He's in the Winery Dogs. He's in Sons of Apollo. I think he's in. You're in my band. If we start one, I think he's going to be the bassist.
Right,
he's
right.
he's,
exactly. So the Winery Dogs. They have the album done.
Yep.
And it'll be out. I don't know if it'll be out by the end of this year.
Next year.
But next year, they're already starting to book live dates.
That's happening.
So, that's going to be his focus, certainly,
next year.
For the next few months. But, we did get a studio album from Talas. That album and Sammy's album, they're just well-executed albums. And that's really, all you can ask for from people is, like, can you put out an album of new music that doesn't stray too far from what we know, and please have it not suck. And
That's
so
true.
Both these acts have accomplished that, and then some, because they're both better than average. It's certainly not anything new. It's not going to be on anyone's top 100 albums of all time or anything like that, but just really decent albums. If you're looking for new music and you're tired of listening to the same old thing and you want to listen to some new songs by artists you love, I would definitely recommend both these albums.
Yeah, and there's no skips here. Like I said, some tracks are better than others, but there's no real hard skips or anything like that, or monstrous missteps. So totally solid albums, totally great to get. And the cover, by the way, of the Talas album is tremendous. It's the DeLorean from Back to the Future in the weeds. So it's almost like the DeLorean has sort of been rusting away in the weeds. And obviously the DeLorean representing Back to the Future, which came out in 1985. So everybody has that kind of symbolism of 1985 of being the year of Back to the Future. So this is when this album would have come out. And it's kind of cool because it's like Van Halen's album's 1984 and this one's 1985. So it kind of has that continuation theme a little bit. So
yeah, it's definitely a fun album cover. They definitely hit the nail on the head in terms of tying the name of the album to the album cover.
Totally. You guys definitely check that out. You want to get these 2 albums. They're really must-listens to for our listeners. Solid efforts from both Talas and Sammy Hagar The Circle.
Whoa! How about that for rock video music fans? Live all day, all night. You know what you need. Only right here on Dave TV.
Check us out on Facebook at Dave and Dave Unchained, a Van Halen podcast, on Twitter at DD Unchained, on Instagram at DD Unchained Podcast, and you can email us at ddunchainedpodcast@gmail.com.
I have to say, I'm so surprised that the bonus disc is a literal greatest hits. I've never seen that before. I've never seen someone give away.
To say what it was, because I still didn't know what it was. And I was kind of surprised.
I said that earlier in the conversation, but it's shocking. I've never seen a record company allow an artist's greatest hits to be a bonus disc. I've never heard of that, other than a re-record or a live which is not the original versions, I've never seen that. I can't even point to anybody.
Yeah, I would have thought for sure it was going to be a re-recorded version.
Totally. I totally thought it was going to be. Because just for legal reasons, it's like, hey, if you want to do those songs, you got to put live recordings of them. Or you got to do a redo, like what Journey did or what Kiss did. Right.
Well, and like you pointed out, I think on another podcast or maybe privately with me, like that's what Walmart does. Like that's their thing. Oh, you want a bonus disc with us? Okay, go re-record the songs.
Well, their attitude is, you come to Walmart, you get the new album, and you get a bonus disc of re-recorded versions of their greatest hits. They did it with Kiss, with Sonic Boom, I think it was. And then they did it with Journey, with Revelations, or whatever the hell the name of that album is. They had Arnell sing all the Steve Perry hits.
Right,
and now so that's kind of like cool thing to have. Like, oh, I've never had like Arnell singing all the Steve Perry. That's kind of cool to have. Or at Kiss, you have the new guys doing the old songs from Freely and Peter Criss, like you have, Eric and Tommy Thayer playing them. So it kind of gives you like a little extra something. It's definitely going to bring out the fans to go pick that up. It's going to drive them to go to Walmart. And, maybe when they're there, they'll get a few shirts or underwear, whatever the fuck. So like that is what it's all about. So, but I've never seen a record company give away a greatest hits, because you know how record companies are, especially Geffen. Like, they're not just going to be giving away. I can't just give you a greatest hits that you use as a bonus disc. But it's weird. I don't know how he got away with it. It's unbelievable. It's nice package for someone to have, but I was shocked. And I kept saying, I'm like, I don't see any wording about it being anything different. And now I'm noticing, after I made that tweet or that Instagram post, right? Sam is now promoting, hey, go to Walmart, get the new album and my greatest hits. And I was like, fuck. Now he's like out promoting it. Because I've never seen him do that.
Well, you know what? It's easy enough. You just pay Geffen or whoever owns Geffen now a licensing fee, and you're done.
Or maybe they're just at the point where they're like, I don't give a fuck. Who fucking cares? Like, what are you going to give me?
It's free money. You know what? It's free money.
It's free money.
Point,
it's
right?
free money. Yeah, I guess so.